Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here, what is. From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
a question,
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question.
How might this be valuable to all of us?
How might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear, whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed.
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
When you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked, what is?
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
And for all of us, your insight,
your question,
your feeling.
your vision.
It all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
Ask yourself why.
what are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
Words matter,
they affect our thoughts
and our thoughts affect what we do.
and how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here,
They help shape the space we are creating together.
so speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment,
Only presence.
only
Well, there might be a little bit of judgment, but I won't be the one casting too much judgment upon what you say. Feel free to come on and talk. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We are trying to find out just what is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing, and what it is we should be doing whilst we are here. The idea of the show is to let you all just come on here and say what you feel what you feel you should say, what you're compelled to say, what you feel is important. It might be a fact, something you've read recently, a study you've come across. It might be an anecdotal observation. It may even be just a question you have for us because you don't know the answer to whatever it is that you're pondering, and yet you feel ponderment of such is very important, and you feel it might be key to figuring out this strange existence. I have a couple backstage. There's Vital Vicar and also Mr. Frank. Good to see you both. Vital Vicar, you were first, so I'll allow you to go ahead and say whatever it is you feel like saying today.
Cheers, mate. Let's see, what do I have to say today? I just published the first chapter of my panel next week. It's a 3-chapter presentation for my panel, which is we're doing 3 orthodox ethics and principles through the lens of Terminator and Terminator 2. And I've just posted the first chapter of that as a preview. I shared the link in the chat, and
Awesome.
we're going to be doing ascesis, Elios, and agape, which are discipline, mercy, and selfless love.
Awesome.
So yeah, we just posted the preview of that, and I will be hosting that panel not tomorrow but next Sunday.
Awesome. On the 30th of August. What time, Vital? Remind me.
I believe that is 3 o'clock Mountain Time in good old America.
3 o'clock Mountain Time, guys. Lovely stuff. I'm looking forward to that one. I really am. I know it's going to be good.
I just sent you an email that's got a link to the preview video, and which is like the first 11 minutes of it. And
do you want me to share it or something?
Yeah, sure. I would love that.
Okay.
And there's also a update of the blurb, so the blurb is a little more accurate. But yeah, we're ready.
Cool.
Other than that, we're ready to roll.
Nice one, man.
Sounds good.
Right. Well, we'll have a look at that. Will we watch it on here later? Maybe is that allowed? Or
You absolutely can. I don't think that it's gonna. I don't think it'll get you booted. There's no copyright stuff. I don't think.
it's not giving the whole of your presentation away, is it?
No, it is a tantalizing Asmus Bouche, if you will.
Can you say how to
You're
plot
really
is going?
taking. You're
Can you
really
give us a
taking
teaser?
ownership. He's really taking ownership of this presentation. That is not only is he doing the presentation, but he's doing a pre-presentation as well.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Pre-presentation
Can you give us a
presentation.
Can you give us a teaser?
Yeah, well, the teaser.
Do you want to show it now? Fuck it. Go
Let's
ahead.
do it. We might as well because my
Share your.
I have
share
the
your
time
screen.
right now.
Don't you want to do when there's like more people watching? I think that would be more worthy of your art.
You know, well, what do you mean share my screen, or can you do it? I sent you the link, DNW.
Okay. Share it again in the private chat here, if you can. I'm not going to open my email now. Frank, welcome, brother. Whilst he's looking for that, how you doing? What would you like to say today, sir? And I think new.
I don't. Frank, be frank, my man. I'm just myself. There's nothing much to say.
Okay, brother, you're along for the ride, and as usual, you will make interesting interjections, I'm sure.
Always.
So, Vital Vicar is showing off his luscious hair.
It's time for a cut.
Only a man in his 40s would be proud of.
I love his shirt too. I can't wear anything like that.
You know,
I'm in my Jimmy Buffett phase.
I have to give it to you, Vital. I have to give it to you. I'm about a year older. You have better hair than me, Vital. I have to give it to you.
Thank you.
And not only do you have better hair than me, you don't seem to have grey hair, which is also quite.
It's there. That's the low res camera. There's definitely gray, especially in the beard. But other than that, it is an artistic shade of chestnut, as is described in one of the Sherlock Holmes books.
Chestnut brown.
I have artistic shade of chestnut, as it were.
Anyway, my hair is no longer the color it was, but it used to be the same color as Frank. My dad's hair was your color, Vital. But yeah, my mother had jet black hair, and I kind of came out in between. But right, so whoever is in, sorry,
I sent you the link. If you want to roll it now, I mean, I have time.
Right.
My family will be back soon. So
okay, yeah, I'm just gonna open this up 1 second. Always a pleasure, never a chore, to see what the hell is going on in D Prophet's mind. Now, let me just get this on screen here. Share screen. Right. Share. Okay. Okay. Video unavailable. It was blocked. It was blocked due to claimed content by Studio Canal. Do you see that?
Hold on a second. Okay, so that's been blocked. Okay, hold on 1 second. That's a real bummer. Would I be able to do it if I shared my screen?
I mean, what the hell does that even mean?
It's probably because I just used clips of the Terminator, and it probably blocked it on video grounds.
Ah, bollocks.
Yeah,
brother, I already had
that is why I was asking for
I already had
teaser.
an email today. I already had an email today about copyright from some fucker, so I
That's
still haven't dealt with it.
I might. It's good that we did that because maybe I'll have to do something. Oh, that's weird. I'm gonna dig into that. And
what you can do, Vart, is you can show stills maybe, rather than. I don't know. You'll figure it out.
It's gonna send me an email of the exact moments that need to be
trimmed out. Yeah.
Trimmed out. Yeah.
Well, that's a pity. I'm sure you'll come up with a strategy to get around it. At least now we know.
Yeah.
As you say, it's better to know now than on the night. Fucking copyright. What do you think of copyright laws, guys?
Stupid.
Tell us why.
Because it's artistic freedom, isn't it? I mean, everybody should share. Just like if you go to the Louvre and you see the Mona Lisa and you want to take a picture of it, would that be essentially copyright?
Yeah. It depends what you did with it, I suppose.
See,
if you put it in the public domain, or you kept it for your own personal usage. But you talk about the Mona Lisa. Yeah, I suppose
you're not going to say that you're going to paint the Mona Lisa, right? You're just sharing artistic value.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, whoever owns the painting, they might try and have rights to it. But Mona Lisa is one of those paintings that's so famous, it's beyond trying to have any kind of public rights of. Have you seen it, Frank? I went there once. The Louvre. Have you been to see the Mona Lisa?
No, I would have loved to go to the Louvre, but I hate France, my man, so I can't.
Oh yeah, you have this weird aversion to going. Yeah, I've been to Paris many times. I have to say, I don't particularly like it. I'm sorry. It's a bit of a stuck-up city. It just is. I just
you.
didn't like the vibe. I'm sorry. And they expect you to speak French. I mean, they get a fucking bee in their bonnet if you don't speak French to them. And I can speak a little bit of pidgin French, but surely a civilized country would speak English.
Okay.
So there's a bit of Dutch in the foreground there for you. Let me try and say it. I have no idea how to say this. Hello, Frank. Hebji vandag in gewelji dag gihad. I sound like a Pakistani Irishman.
Hallo, Frank. Heb je vandaag een geweldige dag gehad?
There you go. So, guys, there is links in the live chat if you want to come on. Joe motherfucking Cool says he could probably pull off that shirt. I'm not being bad, Joe, but what do you mean by that? Do you mean you want to pull D Prophet's shirt off? Joe, I thought you were the straightest man alive. No, I'm only joking. I know what you really meant. That joke landed like a lead balloon. So, yeah. You gave a blue steel look there, Vital. Guys, anybody want to come on, please do. Patrick is getting jealous of D Prophet getting all this attention. He says, play my video, D. I mean, you're not even on the show. Speckman, come up here. If you're making demands from the audience, how dare you? Come on to the panel. Say what you got to say. I will share your video.
He's gonna make me laugh, and he knows it, which is good.
Hello to the lovely Emily, who says those bastards. He. I think she's talking about French people wanting you to speak French in their own country, which is fair enough. I think they're bastards too. Anyway, what else is here? I do have some lovely French friends. I have to admit, I do have some lovely French friends. They just so happen to live in London, probably because they don't like France.
Probably.
And they prefer London, which is why I like them.
It ain't no London, is it?
Okay, apparently London is like the 6th biggest French city or something. That's what they say. There's so many French living here.
Also one of the largest Islamic cities in the world.
Could be. It could be looked at through that lens, I suppose. It's an interesting place, a melting pot of civilizations. Before you start, they are civilizations. So,
Yeah, sure.
anybody else want to come on?
The Assyrians were a civilization too. It doesn't mean they didn't fucking like eat babies for punishment or whatever. Like.
Emily says her mum is part French. Well, actually, I do have French ancestry if you go back far enough too. We all have, problems in our lineage, of course. Hello to Speckman.
France is kind of like the white Africa. You know, like all of humanity goes back to Africa. All white people kind of go back to France before we go back to Africa.
Well, yeah. I mean, especially if your people are from the, British and Irish Isles, because, I mean, obviously they would have passed through France on the way there. A lot of the ancestors. I know some of them came from Iberia. Others came from maybe Denmark, Norway, and came up via Germany. But a lot of them, boatloads. That's a bit controversial.
I would argue that the colonies that France possessed would not necessarily call France the white Africa, but
right.
The same thing with Belgium.
Okay, yes. King Leopold. What a bastard.
Hi guys. I wanted to
you're here, Speckman. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you. Speckman is here, guys.
It doesn't matter. The conversation was flowing. Vital. Do you have the original video that you uploaded to the Maybe you could have shown that instead of the video online itself.
Yeah, I have it. And I could. Well, I'm.
No, but then I'm gonna get the fucking.
Yeah, exactly. Then DNW.
Yeah.
I have the exact. I have the exact moment in the video that causes the strike. I've re-edited it real quick on the fly. I'm going to see if I can dump it, and if it gets that same one. If it doesn't, I'll know in about a minute 45 seconds. If it doesn't, we can watch it. If it does, we'll have to wait until next week.
Can we all publicly complain about the Terminator franchise?
There's no Terminator franchise. There's only 2 movies. You need to have 2 movies. You need to have more than 2 movies to have a franchise. I don't know.
The series is not really a franchise, is it?
I've never really heard of there are more than 2 Terminator movies.
You've never seen the Sarah Connor Chronicles?
Yeah, the series.
To be perfectly 100% honest, the only movies I've seen in the Terminator franchise other than the first 2 movies is number 3, which I saw in the theater. But yeah, I've never watched any of the other 3 movies, and I've never watched Sarah Connor Chronicles. Is it good or is it shitty? The other 3 movies are shitty.
I enjoyed the Sarah Connor Chronicles. I'm not saying that it was the best television series that I've ever watched, but I think that it fits extremely well in the Terminator world.
As long as it does justice to the universe. I mean, the reason that the first 2 movies are good is because they have something to say, and then it's over, and like the rest of the movies are just chewing that cud over and over again. So if the series has something to add to it, then yeah, I'd totally check it out.
In my opinion, I would say yes, it does actually add to the whole story. Yeah.
Speaking of human-like robotics, have you guys seen I don't know what it's called. Is it the World Robot Olympics or something that's going on in China at the moment?
Oh God, yeah.
Have you seen it? Yeah, there was a robot.
It's like running 50 miles an hour, and then it just runs into something, falls backward, and spine breaks and sparks fire. That is the same thing that's rejecting your application at the job that you have worked your whole life for.
Yeah. And people are saying they have feelings and consciousness, and but not only that, Vital. There's people sitting at home right now, all over the world, whacking off to mutterings of some AI, and perhaps even at this stage, probably even having full coital relations with one.
Actually, the 3rd chapter of my presentation is about how the main character, who's AI in the Terminator, he begins to understand human love and sacrifice, but realizes that he is not really capable of the love part.
Yeah.
And
but guys, I have to be honest. I have to be honest here. I don't think I'd be bothered now, but I wouldn't form a relationship with one, and I wouldn't buy one. But if I was at home and one magically appeared on my sofa, say as a teenager, even in my late teens, one of these
even yesterday.
No, I wouldn't do it now because my partner would be around. Yeah, I couldn't do that now.
But basically, you say you can watch. There you go.
Nah.
She'd laugh her socks off.
Well, yeah, it might be too much for her. She might. I don't think it would be a pretty sight. But anyway, the point is, Vital, admit it. You would have got up on a robot. I'm not saying you would have bought. I'm not saying you would have bought one, but if it had been sitting on the sofa, looking a certain way, you would have tried it out. You would have tried it out, Vital.
Hey, when the wine.
I'm not saying you'd buy it. I'm not saying you'd buy it. I'm not saying you'd order one to your house. But if it was there and no one else had used it, no one would ever know. You'd probably give it a go.
When the wineskin gets drained, you never know what's going to happen when the wineskin gets drained. That's all I'm going to say. I think
I had a friend. I had a friend. Listen to this, guys. I had a friend. Do you remember back? You're old enough to remember this, right? Back in the late 80s, early 90s, for some reason, every house had a big, giant panda teddy bear. They were big fuck-off ones. And my friend, for some reason, shagged one when he was about 12 or 13 in his granny's house. He said it wasn't pleasant. The dry sponge, tore the skin off his knob. But anyway, that's what he did.
Thank you for that, DNW.
I was about to say not a Chinese company, because the Chinese are notoriously famous for building really bad robots.
Well, but also
A nice Japanese company. I would, if they paid me, I would be a test driver for them.
You don't want that, because if the Chinese made that product, it would be, you'd stick your dick in it, and then when you go to pull it out, you can't pull it out. You have to like Chinese finger trap.
Exactly.
DNW, I think I made the necessary edit, and I dropped the link in the chat.
Okay.
It tells me that there's no longer anything. If you want to take the chance, we can go over that real quick before I have to leave the panel.
Okay, buddy. So Chickpea says it's going to get hot again next week. Temperature's going to get close to 30 degrees Celsius here in the UK. Yeah. I was wondering, would we get another heat wave, Chickpea? I've been enjoying it today. It's been quite nice. Not too hot, not too cold, just right. So let me have a look here.
I lived in the south of Spain, and that stuff does not stop. 1 week before August until 1 week after August, it is just cooking you. And then when the sun goes down, you don't want to go outside because the heat coming from it just cooks you for 6 weeks.
Be right back.
All right, I've got the video. Do you want me to play it? I'll wait for him. Someone else has joined. It's Chickpea. Hello, Chickpea.
Hi, Grump.
Hello there. I mean, RU is getting like to the stage where he says, is 29 degrees Celsius really even a heat wave? I mean, it was back in the day. Now it's probably viewed as quite cool.
Oh.
But it's hot enough for my liking, thank you.
Mm.
In London with the humidity, it really is. 30 here
Horrible.
feels like 40 in the south of Spain.
Okay, so look, we'll have to give this a play now. Ready?
All right, guys. Thank you for giving me a watch here.
There are a lot of reasons to love the first two Terminator movies. It's brilliant science fiction, incredible action, amazing.
Oh, sorry about that. It's buffering. Fuck it.
Do you think if I shared my screen, it would work better?
I'm usually okay, but yeah, you can try, mate. You can try if you want. It's usually okay from my end. I don't know why it's doing it. Look, you can give it a go, man. Okay, I'll take this off. Let me know when you're ready, Vital.
Okay. I think I'm ready.
Okay.
So hold on a second.
Oh, it's up.
Okay, so this is my screen share. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Hopefully it plays on mine. Let's bring it back, baby. Let's bring it back. Okay, so this is the first of 3 chapters of this presentation called Theotokos with a Shotgun. Here we go.
There are a lot of reasons to love the first two Terminator movies. It's brilliant science fiction, incredible action, amazing cinematography and sound design, and special effects that are going to literally hold up forever. Most of all, it has characters that stick with you way after the credits roll. Earlier this year, I became an inquirer of the Eastern Orthodox Church, and as people do when they join a new church or find a new spirituality or philosophy, my thoughts have become immersed in it. When I watched Terminator and Terminator 2 back to back a few weeks ago, I didn't just have a great night of popcorn and plasma rifles. I saw something inside the characters that I'd never really put together before. Sarah Connor, John, and the T-800 all live through character arcs that lead them to an understanding of 3 basic and foundational ethics of the Eastern Orthodox Church: asceticism, eleos, and agape, also known as discipline, mercy, and selfless love. I saw Sarah Connor's journey as the perfect example of ascesis, John as a paragon of mercy, even as a juvenile delinquent, And a machine that didn't use his learning processor for its original design, which was to become a more efficient killer, but rather to understand why pain, love, and sacrifice motivate the human being and give us purpose and personhood. At that moment, I knew
Grumps, you
that I
know
had a
you
prism through
inflicted
which to shine the
copyright
light
here.
of these orthodox ethics and make it
Grumps.
entertaining
It's
and
okay, Chippy.
informative watch for our
We checked it out.
Do I think that James Cameron is some secret Orthodox Christian leaving a breadcrumb trail in his explodey boom boom movie that would secretly spread this message to the masses? No. It's not that kind of video, kid. But give it a chance, and I think you're going to get where I'm coming from before we're through.
Trust me.
Wow, that was really good, man. I'm intrigued. My attention is captured. I'm looking forward to it.
If you want to watch the first chapter, it's just a few minutes.
Let's begin with
Okay.
Sarah, almost like this militarized Mother Mary, Theotokos with a shot. Over time, it came to describe something broader, the deliberate formation of the self through discipline, hardship, self-denial. And Sarah Connor is almost a perfect dramatic illustration of that process. Because Sarah doesn't begin with discipline. She acquires it. At Tech Noir, Sarah kill her. Initially, she behaves exactly like any normal person would. She tells her about John for someone who doesn't even exist yet. After her own sake, or to get fit, or to get into a bikini to get back at the guy who stood her up. She doesn't choose to suffer because it's inherently good. She does this for a higher purpose. She chooses preparation over comfort because as far as Sarah's concerned, Judgment Day has already happened. We meet Sarah again. And visually, the movie tells us everything before her reaction to having a walking Buick travel back through time and shoot an Uzi at you and your boyfriend. Frames her face as though it is the Terminator, with one half of it obscured by machinery. Her ascesis has been, she's sacrificed, she's suffered and trained, and finally, she's staring down the future. Finally, she's ready to kill the man she thinks is responsible for Judgment Day. But then, the hand of mercy stops her. And this is the moment when Sarah's journey changes. And she overcomes that failure and becomes a true ascetic. Because her next act of discipline isn't killing this man with brutal efficiency like she's trained to do. It's refraining from doing that act. She has to restrain herself. She even shushes the evil thoughts in her own mind. Actually for.
All right, there it is, the first chapter.
Wow, that was really well done, Mr. Prophet.
Thanks.
Very riveting stuff, and very well explained. Quite the nut for it.
Thank you, sir.
I know you've done this before. You've done this before, Vital. I know you have. You've reviewed films before. I've seen some of your stuff before.
You're right.
And you're good at it. You're good at it. That was really good, man.
Thank
really
you.
good.
Thank you. More to come. So I'll shut up about it now. Not tomorrow, but the next Sunday, the next two chapters will be there. It'll be John Connor is Mercy and the Terminator is Selfless Love, which is ironic. And then it wraps it all up by talking about how each one works with the other and they are like a link of chain going into one another. That's what Christian values are. When you just pick out one, it's not as strong as when they're all linked together.
Right. So yeah, guys, make sure you're here for it on the 30th of August. D Prophet is doing his thing here. It's an audience of D Prophet, and he will be talking about this subject.
Thank you.
Eastern Orthodoxy, Orthodox Christianity, showing through Terminator 1 and 2. It's a very interesting idea. I like what you've done, though. I've liked how you've shown the narrative arc and where it leads to. Very smart. Very smart. We have Sigcel here. Sigcel, good to see you, brother. What would you like to say today?
What if I'm an atheist?
The values can be applied to your life, should be applied to your life, even if you are an atheist.
Yeah, but like I'm an atheist and I don't. So like if I'm an atheist, right, I'm not gonna believe whatever Jesus says just because Jesus is saying it.
Well, you don't have
so
to.
Then where do I get my system of values?
I'm gonna let you guys talk about this, but See,
don't-
so
you
he's
don't-
saying these
I
values
actually-
apply to you.
Yeah,
or can apply to you
I-
whether you're religious or not.
I actually
Yeah,
have to
I'm
jump
gonna
off,
say,
No, but that's
suck it
your
up.
opinion.
Hold
That's
Suck it
your
up,
opinion
buddy.
because
I
you
like 2
believe
minutes,
in the
and
man
no,
upstairs.
No, I have to explain this really quickly because I have to get off. It doesn't matter if you believe in the man upstairs. Discipline, mercy, and selfless love will impact the world in a positive way, whether or not you believe in God. It doesn't matter if you believe.
Says God.
No, that's well.
Says
Explain
God.
So
where are we? How does the world today?
Explain.
How is the world today? Can we talk? You're saying these things as like an ideal.
Yeah, but
let me ask you, how is the world today?
The world is not living these ideals. That's why we're where we are today.
So 6L, how are
Isn't
you
the
doing
world
now?
like dominated by Catholics and Christians? Most of the
that's-
world,
do you
isn't
think
it?
That's the case. Do you think that that's the case?
So 6L, how are you doing?
I mean,
now?
isn't
You
that
still
a
doing-
fact? At least the West. At least the West.
Do you?
Yeah, the West is dominated by Catholics, Christians. Sorry, you were saying?
Show me some policy. Bring up some policy that is dominating the West. That's a Christian policy, a theological policy. The policy of the West.
What are you talking? The
policy-
entire
the-
president of the U.S.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop.
The policy of the West is dominated by secularism, buddy.
Oh God. Let me stop you both. 6L is a troll.
It doesn't. But I understand.
No. Listen, he is a
I'm trolling
okay,
because I'm making valid points.
You're not
because
making valid points.
you did it last time as well.
I need you to answer
I'm making
this
valid
question.
points and you're
No,
mad.
I'm going to give you.
So that's called trolling.
I'm going to
Okay.
give you an opportunity to make valid points because you haven't done it yet.
I just did.
God.
What are you talking about?
Let's take Christianity, which you're obviously very angry at, out of the equation.
I'm not angry at. I'm
Let's-
doing
oh,
a
no,
thought
no.
experiment.
He
I'm
is-
a Catholic.
I am too.
I'm a Catholic. I'm doing a
Yeah,
thought
so
experiment here.
Can you be quiet? The thought experiment requires you to just be quiet for a second. If you take,
I'm just explaining it to you because you're telling me.
Thank you. If you take God out of the equation, explain.
How are
to
you going to tell me what I'm thinking?
I'm asking
see-
you to. Everybody,
That's
shut up!
Vital.
Everybody, shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Vital, I am telling you, my man, I know this guy, and he's a troll. There's
I'm a
no
troll.
need
I'm a troll
to
too.
entertain him.
I'm a troll too. Let me do my thing, dude.
No. We can entertain it. We're allowed to entertain it. It's
I know-
interesting.
I
And
know how to-
I feel it's useful.
I know how to set up a trap.
That's
that makes
not
him look even
godly. Your
dumber than he
behavior,
is.
you just yelling and interrupting is not very godly. I'll tell you
DNW,
that
can I
much.
share my screen?
No, I need to ask him a question,
Oh, yes,
and then
Beck.
we can do whatever we want.
Oh God.
Sigacel, take God, take deities, take religion out of the equation. How is selfless love, mercy, and discipline a negative in any situation?
How do you see it working in anyone's benefit? Let me ask you a question. The billionaires, the 1%, the 1% of this world, and we live in a world where how much money you have and how many things you have and how much property and businesses, etc., that you own. Oh, look at this dork with his. What the fuck are you wearing? Just be shirtless.
Is your
Just be
assertion-
shirtless.
is
What are
your
you
assertion
doing?
That the billionaires of the world actually are living by
They
Christian
don't
principles?
live. They don't live moral lives. Is my
Okay.
point. They don't live moral lives. So if you're saying that this moral life and your idea of what is moral is perfect and is ideal, why is it that they're winning? Why is it that they're at the top 1% of the world?
You still haven't.
Why
answered
is
my
that?
Question you tried to ask me.
I'm not talking about religion or God. I'm just saying your ideals.
Take God out of the equation. How is discipline?
That's what I'm saying.
selfless
If we
love?
remove God, let's remove God, right? We're okay. We're not talking about God. We're
I
just
need
talking
you
about
to
your
turn the
ideals.
temperature up on your.
You're
IQ
talking
just
about
a
your
little bit.
ideals. And I'm telling you that the top 1% in this planet,
You're mad
the
at
Saudi billionaires that have untold trillions
Saudi
of
billionaires
dollars,
aren't Christians.
they don't live. They don't live. That's my point, you idiot. That is my point. You're saying that your ideal of the world is the right ideal, and I'm telling you that these people are winning in our planet,
Are they
and
winning?
they don't follow those ideals.
Are they winning? Really?
Oh yeah, they are.
Define.
What do you mean? Are they winning?
I
They're
don't know if
fucking
they're winning.
drowning in oil.
Is their spirit winning? Are they right with God?
That's
Like,
that. Now
I
you're
don't
talking
really-
about religion. Now you're talking about religion and what you believe. See?
well, let's not call it religion. Let's call it morality. Are they good people or not?
That's exactly
are
my
they making-
entire
are they
point.
making
Does
the
it matter
world a
whether
better
they're good or
place?
bad if they're winning? That's my entire point.
Yes, it
What
does matter
behavior?
if they're
So
good
what
or bad if
behavior
they're
is
winning.
rewarded?
If they're
If
winning,
we live in this world that's so godly and we
not.
have to follow
We
these
don't live in a godly
commandments
world.
and there is
Hold
a
on, you
right
said you're
way
a
to
Catholic.
live,
You said
if
that you're a
there's a
Catholic and
right
you said
way
we
to
live in a godly
live,
world. You don't
if
know
there's
anything.
a right
This
way
guy
to
doesn't know
live,
anything.
then why is it that those people that live those lifestyle, the Epstein people, why is it that they're all billionaires?
Because we live in a fallen state where Satan rules, you fucking retard. I thought you'd know that if we were Christians. If you were a Catholic, you're not a Catholic. You don't know anything. You're a troll. So be quiet. If you're not going to bring anything to the
You're
conversation,
just you're a fake religious person. You're just like a fake religious person.
Are you guys working
You're
together
bringing
or something?
Jesus' name in vain. I'm a real Catholic.
You don't know.
I'm
your
a real
doctrine.
Catholic. You're bringing Jesus' name in vain.
You're
talking
stood up
about
for-
God like he's some sort of like
You just
idol.
stood up for satanic billionaires, dude. You're just being a troll. You're not bringing anything. To
I'm
the
not
conversation.
standing
And let me
up
tell you-
for
hold on a second.
billionaires. What
And
are
if
you
do-
talking
Hold on a
about?
second. And if you do this on my panel, I'll fucking cut you off because we're not having this stupid.
You see how these religious people are? All these they're so religious. Oh, they're so godly. Oh, I care about God and I care about doing the right thing.
Answer the
if
question.
you join my stream, I'm gonna ban you immediately.
No, it's not. If you join
that's
my
not very
stream.
godly.
If
You think
don't
Jesus would
answer the
behave like that?
question. Yes.
Do you think that
He
Jesus would
cast-
behave like that?
He would. He would.
Do you
cast
think
out of
that
the temple.
Jesus would be interrupting people and saying, "I'm not gonna let you speak to in my town"?
I think you
You
guys
think
know
Jesus
each other.
would do that?
Jesus.
Do you
did
think
that in the
Jesus would do
Bible.
that?
Yes.
You guys,
Yes.
ladies, kiss and make up. Kiss and make up.
He needs to brush his teeth first.
No, these guys know each other.
Give me a good kiss on the lips.
It's very clear that.
Can I
Look,
cut in?
no, yeah, we can.
Go
Let's
ahead,
do
Elvis.
it.
No,
He doesn't want to have a good
I'd like to get in if
conversation
it's
anyway.
okay.
We're gonna let Elvis speak for a second, all right? Just let Elvis speak for a second. Come on, we need a musical interlude here, please.
Speak.
I'm gonna let you back on in a moment, Sigcel. Sigcel, please wait patiently. It won't be long. Go ahead, Elvis.
Bright light city, gonna set my soul on fire. Got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn. They're all living, the devil may care. Well, I'm just a devil with love to spare. So viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. How I wish that there were more than the 24 hours in a day. Even if there were 40 more, I wouldn't sleep a minute away. Oh, there's blackjack and poker and the roulette wheel. A fortune won and lost on every deal. All he needs a steel heart and the nerves of steel. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva, viva Las Vegas. Thank you very much.
Hey, Kenny,
Thank you,
where
Elvis.
where in the U.S. are you gonna move to when you immigrate
Like them,
here?
and they're still fucking dorks. I think that's
Oklahoma.
That's crazy.
Oklahoma.
What does Sigcel mean?
Sorry, I was talking to my stream. Shout out rumble.com, Signal66. Shout out to my 50 viewers.
What does
Sigcel
Sigcel
mean? Sigcel is that I'm an incel. Yo, Frank, what do you mean told you, you fucking
Wait.
snitch?
What do you mean? But what is like Sigma? Is that what it?
How do
It's
I get
Signal.
a cool
It's
background
Signal.
like yours that
It's called
shows the picture
Signal.
that you're watching in the background? That's really cool.
awesome.
If I told you, I would be revealing NASA supercomputer secrets. I
I
can't tell
have
you
come
that.
up with a new subculture of celibacy called settle cell. It's for people. It's for
I'm
people.
Sigcel.
It's
Shout
for
out to all
people
my
that are
Sigcels.
celibate because they don't want to settle.
Shout out to all my Sigcels.
And that could be you. It could be that you're only celibate because you don't want to settle for what your options are.
Well, what the hell does signal celibate mean? I don't understand it. What does it
It's
mean?
just a lifestyle. It's a movement. That's all it
You're
is.
signaling that you're celibate. Is that it? I mean, what are you signaling?
He already said that.
Frank, my chat. Frank. Now we got two Franks. What the fuck? Pause. We got two Franks. Pause.
Frank, you're muted, mate. You're muted.
Frank.
Frank,
Attila. Attila. My chat.
Chat.
Scuffed Attila. My chat is talking about you. They're saying that you're a
Frank, you're
scuffed
muted.
true
You're
crime
wasting your
investigator,
energy.
and you
Frank,
use Chat
Monday, you are
GPT
muted.
for your scripts.
Frank Monday, you are muted, sir. You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you, mate.
I like imagining what he's saying.
Yeah, Frank Monday is muted.
Blessings,
And
DW. Thank
okay, buddy.
you for having me up.
I know
Young Frank
what
or
you were
Dutch
saying,
Frank.
Frank. You were saying
Post
Kenny was
his
a great
link.
speaker.
Chat, post his link. Post his channel link. Chat, post his channel link. I'll check it out. That shit found funny. Yo, what's up? This guy's like scuffed Howard Stern or something.
Dude, you look like fat Osama bin Laden. What are you talking about?
You look like a transgender Attila.
Well, thank you.
That's what you look like. That's not a compliment.
Well, at least I got more pussy.
Also,
than
you
man,
have
which is
gay
fine.
tattoos. Please tell me those tattoos are a sleeve. Please tell me that's a sleeve, like a fake one.
No, it's not.
Please tell me
And
that's
also,
a
it's
sleeve.
not a sleeve.
Sixo, you come on here.
This dude,
You're
this dork
antisocial.
has
You never stop
fucking
with your
Ed Hardy
antisocial
tattoos on his
ways.
arms. That's crazy.
And it's
Six,
not
when are you
Frank's
gonna stop
fault
being a
that
sociopath?
60% of lesbians have decided.
What are you talking about, you daft cunt? What? Because I don't suck your dick?
Well, you can't even
This
answer a
stream,
straight
so
question.
everybody just sucks your dick, and because I don't, I'm a sociopath. You fucking retard? Are you dumb?
Come on here,
Were you
being
born
very,
yesterday,
very,
or which one
very,
is it?
very socially untoward, Sixo. There's no need.
Yeah, I'm
that is what he
untoward.
does.
I'm hella untoward.
That is
hella
what he does.
untoward.
He's-
Shout
he-
out to
I
the
know,
six cells. I'm untoward.
Then
Shout
what
Shout
the
out
fuck?
to my
This is the
75
same
viewers.
show.
I'm
Why do you
untoward.
feel
W.
so necessary to be like
You're
this?
goddamn right now I'm untoward because I'm that nigga. I'm untoward.
Because he's a
You're
rage
right.
tuber.
Like a motherfucking ice cream
You're on
cone.
the
Had to
ramp.
go
What
get
are you
it.
on the rampage against, Sixel? Sixel, you do this all
Where's
the
the
time. What are you-
rampage? You want to
what
see
are
a
you against?
rampage?
Himself.
What are you?
You
what are
want to see a
against, Sixel?
rampage?
He's on-
This? You think this is a rampage?
He's Gen Z.
well, I
You
You
can't
think
help
this is a
it.
rampage? This is the last thing you're gonna see. You think this is a rampage?
when was the last time you spoke to your
have a quiet
parents?
rampage?
Good question.
No, guys, don't
Yeah,
start bullying.
y'all
him.
better watch out. You get homie on some fire water. Featherhead gonna go crazy.
Six
Big
cell.
cell.
I'm
Six
not.
cell.
I'm an Indian. I'm dot Indian, not feather, bitch.
Sig Cell, where are your parents?
Dot, not feather. You faggot.
Don't worry about his parents.
He's a rage tuber. Jesus Christ. How the fuck does
Parents are
nobody
dead.
notice
they
that?
fucking got killed by a bunch of black people when I go.
Oh, that is it. That is it. You know that dude fucking streams Pornhub on his live stream.
Tried.
So DNW, I don't know if you want to keep your channel, but that is what he does, and I keep
There
fucking
you go.
telling you
This
this.
guy, yo,
He's
Frank,
a rage
you're
tuber.
so threatened by me, Frank. You're so threatened by me, really? Because my chat is
I'll
pressing
be
you.
honest, Frank. Can I
So
just
my
say-
chat, yo, Frank, my chat is pressing you, so you're threatened.
No, fine.
by
I'm
me?
not.
That's
I'm not gonna
crazy.
do this shit, my man. Really,
No,
I'm not gonna do this shit.
Can I respond or no?
We have to give
the other
Six Cell
Frank or
a
the
chance.
Dutch Frank, young
Now,
Frank,
waste of my energy.
Frank
See,
Monday.
That's okay. You can think that, but clearly Six Cell does need help. He needs assistance, and that's what we're about: giving people a chance to be heard, and hopefully, because I think Six Cell's a clever guy, he just needs to get over whatever it is holding him back. Because I think, as I said, he's an intelligent guy. Just needs to mature a little bit. That's okay.
I need a mature, like fine wine.
Thank you. Six
Shout out to Frank. He's bitch made. Oh, he rage quit? He really is bitch made.
My bad, Comanche. I thought you were talking to me, man. I thought you were throwing a tomahawk in my direction.
That's right.
We
Call
must
me
be- we must
Comanche.
be
You're
careful
goddamn
who
right.
we ostracize, who we banish to the shadows. You know, I'd rather Six Cell joined us and was part of us than pushed to the fringes. And that's the truth.
Yo, chat, post Frank's channel link. I want to see his videos. They sound funny as fuck. He just uses
Motherfucker,
AI.
can we rename Frank, Dutch Frank, young Frank? If y'all gonna
Whatever
call
the
out
other
Frank
the
Monday,
fucking
then
the other
Frank
Frank. My bad, dude. The other
motherfucking
Frank.
Monday.
Yeah.
What is going
There
on
was
here?
fucking everybody's named Frank. What the fuck?
Anyway, guys, I think we should move on. We should move on. Frank has come in here. Frank, did you want to add something to the conversation? You're muted, by the way, mate. What did you want to come on and say, Frank?
I did.
In
I
this-
just wanted to say thank you and blessings. A million blessings. May 10,000 good wishes come in your direction, DNW. You're one of the best hosts on the panelverse in the nation. And do you know about the NPC, the game Panelverse Awards each year? Are you familiar with that?
No.
DNW?
No.
Each year, NPC hosts like an award show where everyone gathers. Chowder, Krusty, Slow State, Chats with Jack. Everybody gets there. Snafu Snaps. All the big wigs. None near.
You mean all the dorks? What do you mean big?
One
wigs?
second, Sig Cell. You're going to go on the naughty step if you continue.
Yeah, none are comparable to DNW in all fairness. But I would.
Do you think they're big wigs because they have thousands of followers but hardly any
No, because
viewers?
they wear wigs, motherfucker, just like you. Throw out tomahawks and shit, hitting a peace pipe. No, motherfucker, getting out there and getting it. Yeah, but
I think Sig Cell. No, guys, with all due respect, I think Sig Cell.
Thank you. I know I'm handsome. Thank you.
No, I think you could be a bit of a beast physically. Do you go to the gym?
No, I just have a lot of sex.
Fair enough.
That's the way to get it done, right? Just keep on getting it. Yeah, but so it's kind of a fun thing. I was actually in line for an award for Best Spiritual Teacher of the Year award last year, but I would never win that. Jack Talcott is the love guru, definitive love guru, bar none.
Frank, you know what's my problem?
Can I make a request, please?
Yes.
Can we watch Vital Vickers' Terminator video that he just posted?
We watched it already.
God damn it!
Yeah, it was really good actually. It was really good. No joke.
All right,
It was really
I'm gonna go. Well, then I'm gonna go watch
We
that.
can watch Robin's video because he's had it queued for like.
Well, share your screen for fuck's sake.
I am sharing my screen. I think.
Oh, you are good man. There we go.
Okay, can you see it?
Yo,
Apologies,
Frank.
I didn't see it.
Frank, real quick before you play this, Frank. The problem with award shows is that award shows are just popularity contests. There's no merit to it. It's just a popularity contest.
That's the thing, right? It's the voice of the people. What do the British call it? Vox pop or something like that? Or
But it's not.
Vox.
So it's not actually.
I'm
an
asking the
objective
British,
assessment.
not you motherfucking featherhead. I'm gonna come
It's
out
not.
there.
It's
I'm
not
gonna-
an
I'm gonna pull you
objective
out of your
assessment.
fucking TP, and I'm gonna get you around the fucking.
Oh yeah, and then all the fucking all my polar bears that I have as dogs are gonna eat you alive.
I'm gonna pull you out your
I get
wigwam.
no, Sig Cell. I get what you're saying. I mean, philosophically, you can look at awards as meaningless, and I do understand what you're saying.
I mean, it's not meaningless. It's just that every time an award like the Oscars, all this shit, it's just a popularity it's who likes who knows the right person. That's all it is. But sorry, go on.
Right.
Yeah,
Sometimes, sometimes one comes through that really strikes a chord with the vast majority of people. You know,
True facts. Fair enough. Yeah.
And the winner is somebody likable, and I would say culture changing. Perhaps sometimes. Sometimes
And
there's a difference
If I were
between
starting a new
being
category,
likable and being
I would
connected.
I would start DNW as like the most equilibrated, equalmente, balanced host on the panel verse. I mean, you're doing one of the big things, man. What are those boobies doing there? Why got two sets of tits there?
Yeah.
What is this? What is this?
Everybody, let's be quiet and let Speckman play. Speckman, can you start it again? Turn the volume up so we can actually hear.
It's super quiet.
I'm going to put us all back. I'm going to put us. How long is this video? 3 minutes. I'm going to put us all back. I'm going to put Sig Cell backstage because he's the only one going to talk over it. But I'm going to bring you back on afterwards, Sig Cell. Everybody else, please.
I don't think I can make it any louder than it is.
We'll play it. Play it. Let's see how loud it is. Go on. Go on. Can't hear jack shit. Can anybody hear that?
That's why I said that you should play
Here we
it.
go. Here
Because
we go. Here we go. All right. Look, where? How do I play this myself? Where's the link to it? Did you send me the link? I'll play it. Specman, it's just not working out. The tech team are ringing me and saying, you know,
Yeah, there you go. You cut me out, but was just gonna help you. Yeah, you should find the link. Just find the link on YouTube.
Well, yeah, when you're calling in on a tuna can
I'm
and a fishing
permanently banned from YouTube because I think that.
Well, send me the Rumble link or whatever it is you use.
What do you mean you're banned from YouTube? What do you mean?
I mean, with tech skills like that, you should be, right?
Specman, I'm beginning to think
you can't go on YouTube.com.
Specman, I'm beginning to think you lied on your CV when you applied for your job here.
D&W, I'm suspicious that might be indicative of all of us, right? Lying on our CV. Sure. Shit ain't cute.
Yeah.
I think I might have lost my job because I didn't actually get that reference. Can you see it?
All right, well, listen, you shared it in the private chat. Okay, thank you. I'll just go on this. I'm going on Rumble. First time in ages. Okay.
Yo, while you're there, check out Signal 66. Hit the follow button, chat.
Are you live
Signal
there now?
66. We're live. Hell yeah, we live.
Tell them you're live on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yeah, Finding Gnosis show.
Yeah,
Tell a
there
friend.
you go. My chat knows. My chat follows me everywhere I go. I got a whole entourage.
If Signal's chat ever wants to abandon ship, they now know that there is somewhere for them to come.
Nah, my 6 cells are not no fucking deserters. I got 6 cells stationed nationwide, globally.
Well, 6L, why are there no deserters? They all get shot in the back of the head, right? Y'all can come over to the Frank Monday channel, D&W, Finding Gnosis.
There are no deserters.
Yeah. Little bit of chat.
There are no deserters. You get executed.
All right.
Any 6 cell deserters get executed.
Make sure you slide by one time the Frank Monday channel. Slip it in.
The life commitment.
All right, guys. Sorry, Six. So you have to go backstage for a moment, and I'll bring you back in a moment. Don't worry. Here we go. It's about 3 minutes, guys. Oh, it's frozen. Interstellar permaculture lecture coming soon, says Specman. Okay.
Hold on. Am I still on here? Oh, damn it.
There is a God.
Oh, it's just not working out, Specman.
But it's not a criticism. There is a God. It can be your friend, but it writes no books, has no religion. Here's a God, but it's not a criticism. So accept that. Let it be your friend.
What'd you say? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So you can see here, this is obviously on some other planet that Specman is going to take the human species to. He's got the first habitat here, one of these weird mounds. He's got some kind of, I don't know, passageways in between each of them. There's an emergency mound. Would you like to explain what the other ones are there, Specman?
I think I might like to live there. That's a nice looking formation.
Can we finish the video first? Because the best bit's coming up, please.
Oh, there's a best bit? Okay.
a God, but it's not a criticism. There is a God, it can be your friend, but it writes no books, has no religion. There is a God, but it's not a criticism. So accept that, let it be your friend. There is a God, but it's not a criticism. There is a God, it can be your friend, but he writes no books, has no religion. Here is a God, but it's not a criticism. So accept that. Let it be your friend. There's a God, but it's not a criticism. So accept that. Let it be your
I'm extremely proud of that. Every single image that you see there, I created myself, and I created the music too.
You rendered it like with 3D art or AI. It's quite beautiful.
Yeah, because I'm a real cheapskate, it took me an extremely long time because I refused to pay for any of these apps and that. So I literally had to cut it all together from like tiny 5-second clips.
Good
Which,
man. Good man. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Basically, well, I wrote one book and then I thought I'd write a sci-fi novel about going to Proxima V. And I learned so much in the process of writing this hard sci-fi novel about physics and how physics works and the limitations that we've come up against. And the one thing that I learned from writing that book is we definitely need to look after our planet better, because just to get to our closest star system, which is 4.5 light years away, it is going to take cooperation of the entire planet, focused on a single goal.
Well, that answers Sigsel's question from earlier about the values that I'm talking about in my video. What value are these things? Humanity won't make it unless we embrace these things.
So Vital,
Your video was just a bunch of like images with no context. Like it looked cool, but that's exactly why it got removed, because that's the first thing I would have said. There was no narration. You're not talking about it. You're just showing images. What the fuck are these images? Imagine you're somebody that is just clicking on the stream and you have no context.
Did you not have audio though turned up? Because
I had audio. There was no voice. It was just music.
Was that? See, that's not true, because
No, he's talking about.
I was literally listening.
He's talking about Specs video, not your video.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, again, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
We're
talking about the Terminator.
I do know what I'm talking about. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about.
DNW, can you wrangle?
I'm talking about the video that was just played, you moron.
1 second, Sixo. Vital, we literally just watched a video by Speckman, and it was.
I understand, and
so he's talking about that. He wasn't talking about your video.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Give me 2 seconds because I need to get off of here, and I want to.
You keep saying I don't know what I'm talking about.
You need to mute him because I need to leave.
He literally.
I actually have your video.
I actually have places that I need to be, so I need to say something.
I just watched your video, and I'm convinced. I'm turning to the Eastern Orthodox Church now, and I'm going to start murdering animals in the name of God.
Thanks, dude. Can everybody be quiet so I can like say my thing and then say goodbye? This is exactly why next week when I'm running the panel, I'm going to be heavy on the mute button because we're going to have some decorum. Okay, people are not going to talk over one another. The answer to Sigsel's question from before was that the reason we need these things is because these billionaires that run the world are in charge of the world, and if we don't take care of each other, they will recreate hell on earth. And that answers his question, but he doesn't have any actual good faith in trying to talk about that. So anyway,
Do you know?
this is why. Hold on. I'm putting a pin.
You can postpone it, but you can't avoid it.
I'm putting a pin on it. I know I talked for more than 45 seconds, and everybody has to pop an intellectual zit all of a sudden. This is why we're going to have the white man's decorum next week. Okay. We will not be talking over each other like we're on
white man's decorum.
Wow, that wasn't necessary, Vital.
He's a racist.
Oh please. Okay. Anyway,
I'm a racist too. Though.
I'll waste.
Let's be.
I have to go quick too. So
Thank you, Vital. I'm going to bring Sigcel back on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye, guys.
I have to leave in like 5 seconds. So real quick, if I may, shout out to Kenny Given show.
You guys are pussy as fuck.
He's a beloved man. No,
I'm gonna leave because I joined the stream and you don't know what to say to me. You fucking pussy.
Goodbye. It's not a fucking airport. You don't have to announce arrival and departures. 3 coins in a fountain, each one seeking happiness, thrown by 3 hopeful lovers. Which one will the fountain bless? Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine. Yeah, I'll stop right there because I am no
What are you, some sort of? What are you, some sort of queer theater performer?
I'm the
Don't give up the day job.
Oh, bingo! There we go. I got you figured out. You're a theater performer. You sing in musicals.
All right, Featherhead, I appreciate you.
See, now you're saying Featherhead because I said dot. See what I'm saying?
No, I was trying to give a little shout out to Kenny Gibbons. He's appreciated. He's beloved. Don't nobody fucking.
That dude is like crazy. Like,
that's okay.
dude, if I was 50, if I was almost 50 like him, and I'm walking around with like sunglasses, trying to look like I'm Tom Cruise, or like. I wouldn't walk around with an unbuttoned dress shirt with no under. Like, I wouldn't do that now. I couldn't imagine how cringy that would be to be an almost 50-year-old man wearing dress shirts with no undershirt with the buttons down. Like, that's
sweet Jesus, man.
It has
I'm
to be
54.
ironic. It must be ironic.
He looks 25. What are you talking about? I'm 54.
You guys,
you look older
you guys
than
are
me.
really on Kenny Johnson, aren't you?
Yeah,
Kenny says you're insecure. You're insecure and you're an envious, emotional vampire.
But
that's what Kenny says in retaliation.
I would imagine that if I was almost 50 years old, I wouldn't be saying retarded sentences like that.
By the way, he is closer.
I would hope that.
He's closer to 40.
I'm sorry?
He's closer to 40.
He's a lot smarter than
well, he looks. Well, he's fucking. I'll tell you this much: he's old enough to not be behaving like an edgy middle schooler. Oh, I'm gonna put my hair up and I'm gonna wear Axe deodorant. That's what he looks like. Oh, I'm gonna wear deodorant spray.
True facts, Kenny. Oh, there's Emily. Blessings, y'all. Be well.
Vital Vicar, I think that you're gay and that's why you turned to religion. How does that sound?
And even if he was gay,
maybe. I mean, God bless you if you are. God, I mean, I got no problem with that. God loves everyone. But at the same time, it sounds like you're gay and you like what you're looking at.
Hold on. I want to say I'm not the one making Vital center stage. I think that was you, Noodles.
He's gay and he likes what he's looking at.
Emily. Bring some decorum, please. Emily.
Indeed, for the love of God.
If we ever needed you, now was the time. Oh, for crying out loud, Noodles.
This guy with the paperboard, this guy definitely has a boner. This guy has a boner for sure looking at me.
Is this?
So you're one of those gay guys that turn to religion because you feel bad about being gay, huh?
What makes
That's actually pretty good. That's really good, actually. I think Sig Cell's got you there, Vital.
He's a gunner.
Can you hear me, guys?
It's okay, Vital. I'll fuck you in the ass and come real hard.
Sig Cell.
Oh, you like that, huh? You like that? Look at his smile. He liked that. Look at his smile. He liked that.
I really hope these. I do.
He really liked that. Yo, he liked that. Look at his smile. Really like came up.
So wait, Sig Cell, are you celibate? Are you only celibate because you can't fuck Vital?
Yeah, I'm celibate, but I'll fuck this guy's brains out. I'll convert him. I'll convert him to a Muslim. I'll fuck him so hard. I'll convert him to a Muslim.
You're gonna go deep with the.
I'm gonna convert him to a Muslim. Fucking him so good.
Guys, I don't care
Vital,
what you
don't
say.
you have kids to take
do
care
think
of or
Sig Cell-
something?
I think Sig Cell is a bit of a legend, and he's okay in my book.
He's an Indian.
Sorry to say that, guys. If that disturbs you, Sig Cell has some growing up to do, but he has potential, huge potential. Thank you, Sig Cell. Thank you very much.
Well, at least I got growing up to do. What do you guys got to do? You're all fucking old and retarded.
Vital, shouldn't you be taking care of your family or something?
We're all old and retarded. We should probably give up now, guys.
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yeah, Emily.
No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You should get your
I'm alive, Emily.
No. Sig Cell, you're getting kicked out for a while for that.
Noodles, do you think
Yeah,
I have free time?
You just said he was okay a minute ago.
I was going to ask
he's not
Vital
okay
something.
to take the piss. He's not allowed to say things to ladies. Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, I was going to
So
ask
nervous.
Vital. In Terminator 2, I remember there was that part about, I don't want to give anything away, but I wonder if you're going to touch on, is it called apoptosis, where something ends itself to save the greater organism? I think we're kind of hitting on that these days, with people kind of looking at things that way. And I wonder if people would do that, if they would really it's coming to that kind of a situation. Like, would you give up being able to go get food and trying to hack it away on your own if it meant really that's the line there is, you're either going to withdraw from a beastly system or you're going to, and you being an Orthodox, I just think it's all very interesting. It's a cool, interesting way to tie
Emily,
it
before
together.
he does that, could you expand on apoptosis or explain that? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's like cell death, and I'd have to look it up, but I just remember it as being something to do with where an organism ends itself, basically, in order to save the greater organism, like a part of it dies off or something. I'm probably saying that wrong, but you kind of know what I mean.
Okay, thank you.
Luckily, the thing that we're going to got delayed by 45 minutes because of rain, so I have a minute to discuss this, but then I actually do have to get off. But
Whoa, no getting off on stream, bro. Save that for
I don't want to do it. Copyright strikes only.
True facts.
Anyway,
I'll squeeze your balls.
So the third chapter of what I'm talking about goes over the concept of agape, which is selfless love, self-sacrifice. And we talk about how the machine, the Terminator, learns about his own humanity, what little there is inside of him, as well as the humanity of others. He learns what it is to love and to care about the future of others and to want to take care of them, not just from a strategic sense or a mission sense, but from the sense of wanting the future to go well for them, which is the fundamental basis of love. And so the Terminator begins to understand the concept of agape, which is selfless love, self-sacrifice. Not in the exact sense that you're talking about doing it, but in the sense that part of his mission is to destroy himself so that the future can happen. But we'll go into that more.
Yeah, that
But
was very
the Terminator, the thing is, the Terminator is the Terminator is actually a better parent and better, being than the human, because the Terminator lacks an ego. So that doesn't stand in the way. In fact, did you see one of the newest Terminator movies where they bring Arnold back?
Dude, I don't watch
him. He's like a dad.
No,
you have to see it. Yeah, You have to see it. It's pretty good.
I
It's
mean,
pretty
they
good.
go over that concept in Terminator 2, and it's as a dad, it's kind of a mic drop to even hear those lines when she's talking about this dude's never going to lose his temper. This dude's never going to tell him he doesn't have time for him because he's busy. It's like, dude, as a human dad, like it's impossible to not do those things sometimes. And it's like, so the Terminator begins to understand that the quarrel of humanity is that we kind of just destroy ourselves through ego.
Yeah.
And, so if we were more self-sacrificing, then we would be able to save each other. But anyway, I do have to get off. We'll discuss this more next week, guys. Love you all. I'll talk to you later.
Where's your OnlyFans?
OnlyFans. So I just wanted to check something, if I can. Vital Vicar said he mentioned agape, an old Greek concept, I believe. Is that the same thing as universal love? Is that what it means? Like brotherly love, kind of.
There's a lot of Christian things I remember in Texas there being a lot of ministries and schools named that. I think it's supposed to be symbolic of like the greatest expression of love, like self-sacrificing, like he said, universal love. It's kind of on par with talking about crucifixion, basically. Probably, that's what I'm assuming.
Where does queer love
self-sacrificing? I mean, that only goes so far.
Yeah.
You don't expect to sacrifice your being just for someone else. I don't know.
Where does queer love fit into the Eastern Orthodox tradition? That's what I want to know.
Just your ego.
Well, even when you do the thing, like when you self-sacrifice, like you find joy in the enslavement. Where they say the slaves love their enslavement somehow. So like when I'm in the kitchen washing dishes and prepping meals for my kids, and then going to work, it's like somehow I get in the vibe of the thing and be like, even though I'm sacrificing all of my free time for the benefit of my family, in some way that also benefits me in society at large somehow.
Thinking about this sort of thing, it makes me almost want to date a single mother so that I can maybe help influence someone to a brighter future, or like be a vegan or something, or make sure that they have a good life. But yeah, the ego completely stands in the way. They talk about that in in one of the newer Terminator films, because he like basically like after he completes his mission, he has no there's nothing for him to do. So he just the processor thing just picks up learning, and it learns how to be like a father to the child of a single mother, and he just basically becomes this amazing parent because he doesn't, just like Vital was saying, he doesn't like have any ego about anything, so he doesn't mind changing diapers.
You kicked me out to be in complete silence.
So many things.
That's ridiculous.
Anyway,
did you feel better? Do you feel better now, Spec Man? Do you feel better now?
I will only feel better when I'm in the sweat tent with you.
What I'm trying to think of is that
I'm gonna stick my dick in your ass. That's what's gonna make you feel good, bitch.
I guess this is something that's being talked about a lot now, also in the evolutionary biology circles for like dating and stuff, is like the men and the kind of guy in society that's really going to be preferable now is someone that has good fatherly parenting skills, because of what I was just saying. It's no longer going to be the most good-looking or the provider.
How are you supposed to know it if you've never been a father?
Well, it's someone who's willing to step up to the plate, I guess.
Right, and at the same time, like we know the father because we had a father, right? Everybody was brought into the world by somehow, right? I mean, is anybody here a test tube baby? I would like to know.
No.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean to say that we knew our fathers.
And some people didn't have good examples, but there's an instinct element too, I think, as well.
There you go, Emily. Continue on that, right? Don't need to know. Knowing's not believing. They're
Can I
different.
take a page out of Jack's book? Jack would say that love would see us all. It doesn't matter whose kids they are, as long as you love them. It should
Yeah.
work out.
You know, I was thinking
No,
about,
if you
yeah,
raising children terrorists,
All,
then
all children need love.
what
Everyone.
VE was saying though about the ego, you could go both ways with that. I think there's some truth to what he said, and you see that with parents. I mean, obviously, it stops being all about you're not the main character anymore, but so your ego has to take a back seat. But the flip side of that would be sometimes people do good things because of their ego. I mean, like they're more ego driven than money driven. For example, I consider myself that way in terms of my work. Like if I do something I want, you know, that I like that little bit of recognition, and that's kind of the only reward I need. But and of course, I mean, we need money to live. I'm not saying that I'm that, you know, saintly or anything like that, but just that, you know, that ego drive can be a positive for people to do good stuff.
Yeah, I think that would reinforce and reiterate Jack's message of like the life of Jesus. I mean, what does that mean? He lost everything. He gave up everything and walked among men just sandaled foot with a single robe. And even when he got to like the den of the snakes, right? A den of iniquity, they asked him, take off your robe, show me your body, be proud of your body.
I don't think we can believe any of the stuff that was written in the Bible about poor Jesus, but that's okay. I do like the love message though.
I was being playful. I'm sorry. The riddle of steel, boy, you know it.
I think the thing with
I get it now. But what I did
Can I
want to
talk?
add on a serious note is that you do have to
Go on,
teach
Spanner.
your children to be assertive as well, and assertiveness takes ego.
I think Ricardo was trying to chime in. What were you trying to say, Ricardo?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was
Ricardo, Sunshine.
I was trying to say
Beloved.
something. So I was just thinking, like, so yeah, the ego is important. People always get this message confused. Like, you have to balance. You have to find a healthy balance with your ego. You have to balance it out with a healthy spirit as well. The problem is I see people aren't spiritual enough, and they're just ego, and they're just their identity. You know what they do, what their job is, you know, their family, whatever. But if people would just get more in touch with their spirit and balance it out. But yeah, there is such a thing as ego death, and that is an experience that I think everyone needs to have at least once, and you can achieve it on psychedelics. But it's only a temporary ego death. You know, you can't kill. I don't think it's possible to kill your ego permanently, because it always comes back. Because you need an ego to function, but it's just where people let it get out of control and they don't balance it out with their spirit, a strong spirit.
I do believe that we have recorded people that have managed to completely detach themselves from their ego, and it says that they find a quiet cave somewhere and they go into quiet meditation, and you never ever hear or see them again.
So does that mean that they failed because they've left society and they've failed to find a place in it and just left it for good, or does that mean they've won because they're actually liberated finally?
Well, I believe Lao Tzu and Carlos Castaneda and many other folks have identified this as the path of the shaman, which is rare and unique and special and important. And in Chinese society, even in ancient society, they welcome the shaman. In fact, were elevated to a very high position, but their presence or prolificity was rare in society, right? 1 in a million. So yeah, consider yourself blessed and lucky, beloved.
That is very beautiful, Emily. Thanks for showing us that.
The bees are trying to get that one's really feisty. He's trying to get away, so I can't get a good shot.
Yeah, I loved all of that Carlos Castaneda and Santa Daime stuff. It kind of it tickles my pickle.
Guys, I've been getting a little bit of harsh criticism from somebody. I won't say who. I actually respect the person giving me the criticism, but it was in relation to allowing Sigcel to, have the mic for so long. I mean, I want to say why I allow things like that to happen here, and that is simply development, because I believe that it's possibly a humane thing to do, to let people get it out of their system, whatever it is, whatever nonsense is in there, get it all out, and then just see what happens afterwards. Because it's the point after they've let it all out that there is hope for their own personal development and for us all to connect in a sensible way. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. And also, I think it's strengthening to have difficult people on, because it makes people more resilient rather than always just protecting the vulnerable.
And I'm going to say it again. I like.
Opportunity.
I think he's an interesting guy. I think he's an interesting guy.
He is.
He has a lot of potential intellectually. I think he's probably sharper than most of us.
When he's sober, you can tell that he's a smart dude. He can be funny, but then he's horrible at the same time. So you're like, come on, man.
I think he has a lot. I think he has a lot going for him, and I hope that he finds a different way of communicating, because he has many gifts, in my view.
Well, Emily's describing all of us. Anytime you hit the bottle, it's going to go bad.
If what he says is true, and he has 50 people watching him disrupt this, I fear for the universe.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, I don't.
Acts
and I'll tell you why, if I may. Those are grave diggers, right?
As well. Sorry.
They almost look like
these are hollyhocks, and these are bumblebees.
Hollyhocks, yeah. Grave diggers.
Absolutely beautiful, Emily. I love those.
Got a lot of bumblebees.
They're doing well. You painted the house red.
Hello to Vinny Pots and Pans. Good to see you, brother. And Chickpea's back. Good to see you again, Chickpea.
Yo, hi, Vinny. What's up, man?
Hi, Emily.
Chickpea.
Hi, Carter.
Hi, Chickpea.
Hi, Emily. Oh, my brain isn't working.
Well, you managed to click the link to go on here, so.
I agree with what Dirty Lowlife said here. Dirty Lowlife said he thinks it's okay to be angry as long as one is also presently aware of the anger. It's when we're angry and fall unconscious to it that the damage is caused. Absolutely agree with you there. We need to learn to engage with our anger to the point where we understand that we're getting angry, and to pull back from possible ruination of our relationships and our lives. Not to go over the line.
Ricardo, would you like to see my little fluff ball?
And that takes extreme concentration, guys, because curveballs will be thrown at you in life. That, if you're not careful, will make you say and do stupid things that you may regret afterwards. So make sure you do not go into chimp mode. Make sure you do not go into chimp mode. That is a lifelong practice, a very difficult one as well.
Look at your tail. Hold on.
Hello. Oh, we lost Sigcel. Sigcel was in the background, but we lost him.
Look, Ricardo.
Okay. Yeah. Cute factor. Cute factor's going up.
Cute. I think she's got a little bit of Maine Coon in her because she's got the most enormous
Maine
tail.
Coon. Guys, what's the like count like? Because I notice sometimes the ratio is weird. If you are watching and you do enjoy it here, do give it a like on YouTube. Sigcel's back, guys. We better let them back. Sigcel, I was singing your praises there. I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah, I can't really find it.
Okay, Sigcel, are you there?
Are you there or are you square?
I was talking about my cat.
Back live.
Yeah.
Again.
How many cats do you have? Is it more than 3?
I've got 8.
Okay, so less than 9.
Yes. Yes. If I had the space, I'd have 50, but I don't have the space.
How are you
Well,
going
my
to take
mother
care of them?
had 14 when she passed away, and
Oh
yeah,
wow.
you'll
Damn,
provide them with
what?
a little din when you're done.
Yeah.
If you
Your
had
mom
50
had
cats,
14
Chickpea,
cats when she died?
Yeah, I got a
I mean,
really
did
nice
you, I mean,
picture.
did you visit her?
Yeah, I got a really nice picture where I got 13 of them in one picture.
Oh, let's
It was
see.
Well, if you have 13 cats, that's like you're like lonely.
Don't
No,
Like, am
she
I
wasn't
wrong
lonely.
saying? Am I wrong saying that?
They were
Not
forced
lonely with all
upon
those
her by
cats, mate.
my elder sister.
Okay. Well, so like they like had a bunch of cats. Okay.
She'd pick up strays and bring them home and stuff them in. Well, that the house was mine and my mother was living there, but yeah, stuff them in her yard, and then expect her with her SSI to pay the food bill. You know, it's quite expensive to feed that many cats. It can be.
That's very expensive.
Yeah, I do spend rather a lot of money.
13 cats. That's like 4 kids.
He said 18.
Yeah, they say one bad habit is the equivalent of 2 kids. So if you quit smoking, you can have a couple of chillins.
I think it's better to never start just to make sure.
I don't think I'm going to stop.
Yeah, well, I don't think you have to worry about starting. I think you'll be all right.
Right. The hardest thing is getting addicted to oxygen. Nothing worse. You got to suck it in every goddamn second.
Much, man. I love to smoke.
The problem with oxygen
enjoy
is
it.
that oxygen literally oxidizes your lungs, and that is the process of dying. Every breath you take is slowly dying.
Every breath you take, every move
Fucking
you
calling the shots right there.
make.
Leave it to
I thought you
Featherhead,
were
right?
English. Isn't that
I'm
what's it,
British.
Phil? What's the guy's name? Phil. I don't care. You're same fucking
The
country.
guy
I
who
don't
sang
care.
that was
Oh, I'm
British too.
Scottish. I'm Irish. I'm Irish. I'm Scottish.
Big
I'm not
South.
English. I don't
Big
fucking
South.
care.
I'm English.
It's
I'm
the same
English.
fucking
Give it a twist.
country.
Don't be
Faggot.
nationalizing me.
Emborracharse a muerta, and it's only like 5:30 in the afternoon.
I don't
Right,
even
don't
know what
push the
you're
buttons
saying. Could
on
you
me.
say it again?
You're just
Emborracharse a
another dumb
muerta.
American.
What language is that? Is that Greek?
You know what
Do I
language
look
it is
Greek
'cause
to
you and
you?
your
Do I
buddy.
look Greek to you?
Ha ha!
Hey,
You and your
listen,
buddy spoke
you
that
look kinda
language to me
similar.
on my
You
stream.
could actually pass for Greek.
I don't know who the fuck you are. Just because you show me your tits doesn't mean I remember who you are.
I don't believe that happened. I'm gonna have an avatar here, and I
I
showed
don't know what
Big.
happened. I don't even know what
Yeah,
you're talking about.
I kind of doubt that.
He speaks Spanish.
I doubt that.
Yeah,
too,
I'm
so.
kicking you again, Sigso. I just.
I said he was dead. What I said was he was dead drunk at 5 p.m. But he knows that I know that he speaks Spanish because he was speaking it the other day. So
Well, I was gonna say, if that's true, Emily,
Nadie
DM me.
hablas español. Ningún
We need to
persona.
catch him when he's sober, Emily. I think.
what's that?
We need to catch him when he's sober. Find out when
Yeah.
he's sober.
Yeah, he's not a dog.
I don't make a habit of listening to drunks. They repeat themselves.
Yes.
They bluster over everyone. They don't listen. They're just annoying.
Yeah, sometimes though. Yeah, we shouldn't put God in a box though. You know, he is what he is. He rambles here, rambles there, and I think I could appreciate like the sensibility of DNW and even like Talcadia, where they do allow for it a little bit, but at the same time they mitigate it. Right? It's like you got to bring a little bit of the fire to get the Jerry Springer effect, but at the same time you can't bring too much, otherwise it's just like you guys said. You know, it gets sloppy.
I feel like no Jerry Springer effect is needed, but I definitely like to give him a chance. And the side of him that has natural talent, he's funny and he's smart. But then the sloppy drunk starts taking over, and it's
Yeah.
like then it's pointless.
But here's
You
the
can't do
problem,
anything.
Emily. Ain't nobody gonna watch. Ain't nobody gonna pay any attention. If you have zero Jerry Springer effect, like you'll get 0 views, and then
Haven't you seen
nobody
though,
will
like
ever see you.
conflict? Well, that's what people think, and then we have our music system is like Britney Spears and
Give me
garbage,
one.
and then Jerry Springer.
Give-
But
give-
here's the thing:
Give me
haven't
one
you
that's
seen
getting attention.
Have you
Who?
seen conflict though that is not
No.
of a Jerry Springer nature? But it's conflict, like it's heated conflict where people don't agree on things, like debates and entertainment that's like
Doesn't
that.
work.
You can
Nobody's
have,
watching
you can
it.
have. Well, I
haven't
don't care
seen
what
it.
it,
Have
but
you
that's
seen
just
it?
it. But here's the thing:
It's
people
not
eat at
about what you care
McDonald's.
about.
Frank, people eat at McDonald's. Does that mean that it's like wonderful because a billion people are shoving it through their gut? It's not. It's crap.
McDonald's is the most scientifically engineered food in the world. It's like the highest.
Everybody's doing it, Frank.
proclivity-
It must be good. It must be
No,
what
that's
we
not
all
what I'm
do.
saying. I eat Big Macs and I'm in perfectly good health. But
Okay, yeah, I didn't know you were
here's
actually
my
saying
point.
that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely do support McDonald's. Like it's their McDonald's is feeding more people than anyone else, like 1 billion a day served. Are
It's
you
chemical
cutting up those
slop. Don't do it,
vegetables?
Frank.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
it's poison.
are you
Poison.
are you my question to you,
Poison.
Emily, are you cutting up and preparing those grave diggers each day and putting them out to hundreds of millions of people?
They
No.
grow
But
they grow
McDonald's
naturally.
is.
They grow
Right.
naturally here. What do you mean?
But you're not teaching people to eat them or selling them for 25 cents on the corner store, right? So why should you disparage them or D&W for hosting
What?
us and having us here, right? 'Cause
You're equating
just-
yourself with Sig Cell, Frank? I don't equate what you're saying with
in some
that
way,
kind of
yes,
content.
yeah, in some way,
No,
yes,
I don't.
absolutely.
I don't. Well, I mean, sometimes you have your moments. Everybody does, but no, I don't equate you with him when you're talking sensibly. I think you can be entertaining without having the McDonald's factor or Taco Bell. We could use that since I didn't know you were Mickey D's. That wasn't a personal
Then
thing.
show me one success that's done it. Give me
That's just
one.
success, Frank. Success doesn't mean it's good. There's a lot of garbage that's
Look,
successful.
Doesn't
Look
mean
at
it's bad
fentanyl.
either.
I've got an idea. I've got an idea, guys. This might not make a TV show, but how about I've got this dream, I've got this vision of everyone having a debate, or any time people have an argument, and they have
How dare you? You stole my
they
childhood.
have an element of self-control where they do not resort to violence because they can't win the argument. Why can't people be more like that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
Why
I
do
mean,
people get so emotional and triggered to violence?
that would hold the United States government in check. Absolutely, I agree with you.
I
Ruins their
actually
whole-
just recently had a really good idea for a TV show. I imagined that I was a super billionaire and I went to Korea and I kidnapped 50 North Koreans and I kidnapped 50 South Koreans, paired them into groups, one North Korean with one South Korean, and had them live in a big house where they had totally free access to the internet and could do whatever they want. And people could tune in and watch their reactions. I think that would be really funny.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical, but real things, right? Like this person says that veganism is the way to go, right? Be a veggie head, and that's fine and dandy. Now, like according to
I'm already
scientific research,
vegetarian. That's enough for
the
me.
burger meat is 90% soy, right? And the rest is something else, right? Like rounded up trash. So if we can convert
What
entirely,
do you mean,
to be-
according to research?
Let him finish.
According to researchers on the internet, that like we're looking at mostly soy
Researchers
burgers,
on
right?
the internet. You mean the nutritional label? It's called
It's not
fillers.
soy.
Half
It's
of the
right,
shit
it's
on the
soy.
stream is just pseudoscience. It's
The pink
called
stuff.
a filler.
So if
Have you
you
heard
can,
of
could
my-
literally, it's
my-
written on the label.
helpful
It's
for
a
you,
filler.
right?
They don't fill it with protein. They don't fill it, or they
Hang
fill it
on.
with protein. They don't fill it with meat because
You
meat
do
is
realize, though, I
expensive.
will say it's
Same
is
thing
different
for
in different
chicken.
countries.
Same thing for every
There
other
could
meat
be-
product.
There could
My
be some
point
differences
being-
where Frank is with that food than there is here too. That's another
Yeah,
thing.
my point being, if that can satisfy and
Yo,
generate
basically,
folks,
it's soy
then-
protein.
okay, then why aren't the veggie heads in line with the Mickey D's? That's my big question.
Because of the 4% that is made out of animal protein. Because they think that they're saving the world and being a savior to the animal cause.
So we
Because
go
the-
entirely.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How many? Let me ask you a question. How much chemistry do you guys know? Have you guys heard of the life of plants? Have you guys heard of the secret life of plants?
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's
the
not
sentience of
chemistry.
You
plants.
seen it?
Yeah.
I don't care about your David Attenborough fucking dweeb video. I'm talking about the book where there's real science.
Yeah, the sentience of plants is quite
Plants,
different than
plants
having
scream.
a brain and a nervous system.
Plants scream while they're getting killed.
Your
You're chewing
interpretation of screaming.
on your lettuce, you're chewing on your broccoli, and they're screaming for their lives. You realize that, right? You're
They
laughing.
do make sounds. No,
You're
they make
laughing. You know
sounds.
how sick that is?
I'm sick. I
You
know.
know how
They make-
sick that is that you're laughing?
Trees also.
You're laughing. You're laughing. So when the aliens come and abduct all humans on Earth and they're torturing you and they're eating you and it's funny to them, that's cool.
Well, trees teach songs to their children through the roots.
Hey,
they
Mojave.
prove that. But they don't have brains and brain stems and nervous
So
systems.
there you
is
go.
a
You're
difference.
just on some
Mojave,
Epstein
Mojave.
shit. You don't care. You're
We
just on
did
some
an entire-
Epstein shit.
An entire
Yeah, Epstein shit.
album on
But
You're on
they
some
don't-
satanic shit. You want to destroy all humanity. You want some
Wow.
Peter Thiel shit.
Okay, but they don't feel pain
You're
on the
talking
same level as an animal with a brain and a nervous system.
Yeah,
We know
And what makes you
I just
say
want to
that?
grab you by your yarmulke
What makes-
and stuff you in my stew pot.
the
All
role
right,
of a
guys.
brain and a nervous system. That's how. That's
Guys,
what they say.
let's bring this back to finding
Talking
those
rubbish.
basics. And
Yeah,
I'm going to bring
I
Sig, I'm going to
apologize,
bring
DW,
Six Cell.
like-
I'm going to bring Six Cell on here again, and I'm going to allow him
Okay.
start the ball rolling. If he doesn't say something sensible, he'll be kicked off. Six Cell.
Oh wow.
Six Cell. The question is,
Can we
what
place
is-
bets on
what
how long it's
should-
going to last first?
Specman, don't wish harm upon the show. Don't wish him to go. Wish him to join in. Six Cell.
For
I'm
the
going to ask you a
longest
question.
time, the natives, the Native Americans, natives in every continent, the natives, they don't have pain receptors. They don't have pain
They might have
receptors.
lied
They
like
can't
that,
feel
yeah.
pain. And that laugh that this bitch gave is the very same laugh that the white invaders, colonizers
Yeah, white carrots.
from
Can we not
Europe
use the
had.
N-word?
It was
Can
the
we-
same
Can
fucking
we say
laugh.
featherheads?
You can't feel pain. You don't have the nerve
That's the
receptors.
widest
All right,
laugh
guys.
I've
So
ever
because you
heard.
don't hear the plants
If you
crying
truly believe this,
and
Six Cell,
screaming for help,
Six Cell,
then
Six Cell,
that
if you
means that
truly
it's
believe
not
this-
real.
Six
This
Cell,
is
if you
literally-
truly believe this. Six Cell, if you truly believe this, in what way are you going to, operate in your kitchen? What are you going to do if you care deeply about plants supposedly screaming? What are you going to do about it?
Came to this country thinking that they
I
knew everything better,
I put on some
Oh,
earmuffs.
thinking
and I
that they
sliced my
knew
carrots.
infrastructure, thinking
You're
that
not
they knew how to
you're
run
out of there,
society
you're out of there,
better.
sorry.
You are
Bye, buddy.
naked
You're
and
out.
drunk
You're
in the
out.
middle of the afternoon, and you're cussing me
He's
out.
gone.
So I think
He's
you need to reevaluate yourself.
He's gone.
Thank
He's
you.
gone. He's not answering the questions. He's not listening.
No
He's
self-awareness at all.
I think you're describing all of us, Emily.
Chickpea, you're absolutely disgusted, and I understand why. She is muted.
No, I'm not muted here. I'm here. No, I'm here. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. You're here. Good to have you here.
Now, if I'm correct, DNW, may I ask, Chippy, I believe, is also a native Aboriginal born in the UK. Is that right, Chickpea?
Me? No, I was born in Holland.
She's a Dutch lady.
Oh wow, like Dutch Frank.
Yes, ik ben een
Clever.
Hollandsmeisje.
Netherlands.
Clever stuff.
And Speckman as well, I believe, has Dutch heritage.
Cool place. I've been there.
My stepfather was Dutch, and I lived in the Netherlands for 7 years.
Beautiful.
My dad's mom is Dutch.
Sorry?
It's very flat, isn't it? Very flat land. Hardly any hills.
Yeah, it's a bunch of Deutschers. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? No, nine.
Canals.
That is a complete insult. Like,
Yeah, that's very
we're-
insulting to us lot.
It's a very different language up there, dude.
Right? Then why should you adapt? Was ist das Namen? What is your name? Right?
Oh!
English is not so different
Crazy
from German,
language.
right?
No, it's not that different.
no,
Same
no,
language.
They are
Same
they are
people.
all Germanic languages, but
Yeah.
they are not the same language.
Not the same.
They have the same linguistic roots, do they not?
I just said
There's a lot of-
they're all Germanic languages, but yeah. So
There's a lot of structural differences. I think Dutch is a lot harder.
different.
Really?
Italian,
There's
Spanish,
structural
French,
differences between German and Dutch. Let me look that up.
Hail, you little fluffy girl.
So many.
For example, the word
Shout
slim.
out to all the white guilt.
Did you just
shout
say
out to
example?
all you white people that are guilty for being white?
Naffle.
Just an example.
Shout out to
Little
you.
man.
What's funny?
Stupid, silly little
What's he
man.
talking about? I'm not even listening. Quick, somebody else say something.
We said that.
Hold on, guys. Sixer, what are you going to do about the fact that you believe plants are screaming when you're chewing on your lettuce? How does that affect you psychologically, and how will it lead you to, live in the future? He can't hear us, can he? All right, he has to go again. He's just not playing the game. He's not in it. He's not in the zone. Okay.
As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, in Dutch, you've got the word slim, and in German you've got the word slim, but they mean two completely different things. In Dutch it means that you're smart, and in German it means that something's really bad.
Ah.
And there's a lot more like that. There's
in
a lot
English,
more.
it means
Exactly the same word, but a completely, and English too. Exactly the same word, but they have completely different meanings.
Crazy.
I do wonder what y'all
says
thought.
the Earth is flat. Any of you guys believe that?
No.
Yeah, I think it's more likely to be a flat plane than a globe.
Is
Yeah.
flat if you look at it through the lens of quantum physics, but nobody understands quantum physics, so it's round.
If you go,
Hold on a second.
If you go to the top of that highest building in Dubai, you see the sun rising 2 minutes before the people on the ground see it rising, which means the Earth must be a sphere.
Yeah, and I defer to your all superior knowledge about Dutch. Like, I wasn't aware that it's in the same language category as Yiddish and Frisian. Frisian's ancient, but Yiddish is only 100 years old, so that seems very strange to me.
That was the Jewish language, right?
And
No,
Google,
no, Hebrew
accordingly,
is the Jewish language.
Right.
Yeah, Yiddish is New York Hebrew, but it's German Hebrew combination, right?
Yeah, that's why it's
Yeah, it
younger.
says 500 AD, and there's a massive linguistic divergence between the two. So yeah, that's quite a thing. Wow, thank you for that.
My favorite thing is that the Amish call everything that is evil the English.
English world. Yeah, it's funny.
It's so funny because I am English. I can't help it, but it's so funny. It's just every McDonald's English. Everything's English.
Well, doesn't that tie into like accelerationism and like Frankism and it's a slong. You got schmegma on your face. I'm gonna slap you.
Everything in German sounds very severe. It's like it's coming your way, Gürken, schmirken, nürken.
Was ist das? Das ist ein Dummkopf. Tja.
Yeah, the simple.
Jawohl.
But no, I was going to ask you guys, on the subject of plants screaming, if you could have an actual conversation about that. It is interesting. I mean, I heard somebody get really irritated with people saying, the science of that is, it's so silly the way you describe like mycelium and the communication between mushrooms or trees. They do they actually teach their offspring songs, some of these plants, and so they are alive, but do we know whether or not they feel pain? We go by brain stem and nervous system is what I kind of thought we go by for awareness and pain. That's what I'm thinking.
Emily, it just goes to demonstrate, okay, if they can feel pain, what a shit house this planet really is. That somebody would actually invent a plant that feels pain, in my mind, needs his, eyes hacking out, in my opinion. I mean, you think about how terrible it is that if a plant could, if it does, God only knows. No one knows, do they?
Maybe God doesn't have empathy for people, for beings who feel pain, because he himself doesn't feel pain. If he's perfect,
In all fairness, Emily, really quick, my grandma called hollyhocks grave diggers, but Google won't support the research.
Gotcha.
He's got to say this.
Yeah, the
Possibly.
trees, like today I hacked on some lilac bushes a little bit. I needed to pull them back, and I was thinking, because I'd read that everywhere you cut a tree, like it bruises it, and it actually has like a wound, you know. So you
Yeah, it
think
wouldn't
about
surprise
everything
me,
going on.
Emily. It wouldn't even surprise me anymore. 'Cause
Hopefully they
it's
don't kill
alive.
too much.
Guys, can I ask for an injection of new conversationalists? Do come on and yeah, keep the show alive.
Spice things up.
Can
The
I
Just
link
working
is
with
in
what
the
we were
live
given
chat.
by
We
the
want to hear
wonderful
X.
Big Tom.
Mandel has been on here before. Any of you dirty low life would be good to have you on. Vinny Pots and Pans, Jeeps, all of you all. We've got Russ
Vinny's
is here to save the day. Russ, thank you, brother, for coming on.
Vinny's a panel regular.
Russ, bring
Russ,
a new
how do you do?
Oh no! Don't put the burden of fucking saving this shit planet on me.
just the show, just the show.
The show.
What do
The
you
show.
say,
I
lad?
heard you guys. I heard you guys talking about God, and yeah, if God exists, he's a narcissist. He enjoys the suffering of man or of all sentient beings. That's why he created it like this.
Exactly,
That's
Ra.
my
I love
belief.
what you say, Ra.
God
I love
is
what
not
you
a
say.
he. God is an it. God is
Okay,
an it.
so yeah,
It is not a
God
he.
is the thing. And
okay, so
undefined.
it enjoys. It is the ultimate sadistic, psychopathic, narcissistic force. It enjoys the suffering of beings. That's why, if we're going by this paradigm, right? That's why it created sentient beings with a nervous system to experience all types of horrors, cause rough sensations. They definitely outnumber the good stuff. Yeah. So.
I'll be back.
Sorry, it's a bit macabre. Might be a bit macabre for people, but it's
I appreciate your insight, but I would like to address Kinney's comment that he says when there's a woman on panel that we're all reduced to feeble men, kneeling and fawning at her feet, just trying to kiss, kiss butt, as it were. Do you feel like we do that, Emily?
No.
Clearly for
Chickpea?
Chickpea. He's obviously talking about Chickpea, which why not? She has 8 cats. We should do that for Chickpea. And that's all I have to say about that bullshit.
Wait, who said that? Kenny?
Yeah, stupid little man.
Right, that's right.
Can I just say
Well,
to
the
Six
man is the
backstage,
title
not
to the
tonight, Josephine. Not tonight, Josephine. You're too drunk, darling. Not tonight. You didn't even hear me talking to you last time. Not tonight. Go to bed. Come back tomorrow when you've sobered up.
Let
Thank
me
you.
list some of the crap that men come out with on this thing. And he has the
Anyway, back to what Ross was talking about, guys. Go ahead.
Oh, we're doing Battle of the Sexes, yeah? Yeah, have
No,
you
stop
really
complaining.
thought about
I
that?
mean, it's so obvious.
Right, Ross.
It
It is a bit of the battle of the sexes.
That in the
Give us
battle
a
of the
chance.
sexes, the men won that battle a long time ago.
I don't know if that's
It would
true.
be Spec would
Explain why
fucking
you.
be the one to spark
Yeah,
it.
explain why you
So
think.
good.
I mean, explain why you think that.
I was gonna, but I forgot the name of the female tennis player, the really good one, the British one. What was her
Sharapova.
name?
Oh no,
Oh,
sorry.
look at
That's
that cat. Vinny's pots. Look at that Vinny's cat. You know what? All this, okay. If men were so super duper and absolutely wonderful, how come this world is such an absolute shit house? We live in a
That-
world
that's
with
Ubermans.
10,000 children.
Ubermans.
Women can be greedy too. It's not,
For God's
you know.
sake.
Let me finish. We live in a world where 10,000 children starve to death every day. 92 billion animals are slaughtered every year. Right, that's the male invention. So I'd say you blokes haven't done a very good job of it.
Chickpea, I was
And-
thinking about something. I was thinking about
And
something
plants
related to
die
this.
off all the time. Like,
Yeah, to pivot off of
literally.
the whole attempt to by people like that to deliberately get it back onto what sex people are. How about we actually talk about something like, for example, what Chickpea just said made me think about something. Why do we live in a society where, on the one hand, yes, we should look at negative things and not be fluff heads, and you have to, there was a story about child trafficking. They found a bunch of kids in a big truck full of containers, and there were like 300 children. They weighed it perfectly to look like agro equipment. We got a world with crap like that going on. The flip side is, I think people are addicted it makes them feel better because of their circumstances to look at bad things. And I'm not saying this just about you, Chick P, but it's in general. And I think you care about people and everything, and you've had trauma, so this is not
No,
directed
I
at you.
don't care about people,
But-
Emily. I don't profess
Okay,
to.
okay. But I think people do care, but to drown out their own sorrows, they almost get addicted to this dark entertainment kind of thing where they like to wallow in what kind of this is fucked up and that's fucked up, and oh, let's watch about 3 hours of murder stories. I mean, it is okay to be happy. It is okay to like have fun, and it's hard to work on dark things and also have fun. But it is okay to
enjoy
like
life. All right.
Yeah.
It is. I agree.
Emily, I hate to say it to you, okay, but
Chaos has erupted.
I find people
Anarchy.
very. Sorry, it's as far as animal
Chick P
rights.
will fight you tooth and nail to the end to tell you that you cannot enjoy life because it's a dire, dark place and you all must die.
Okay. I've done my homework now, right? So the reason that we know that men won the argument of the Battle of the Sexes is because of Serena Williams. Serena Williams was asked, could she beat any of the men in the tennis division, and she said, I don't think I could beat anybody in the top 50, let alone the top 20.
Why are you narrowing the whole discussion down to such a niche thing, such as playing tennis at a professional level?
It's perfect. Everything comes down to women's tennis.
Because I'm a feeble man, and feeble arguments should win me this battle.
Well, okay, Stratford. We established an issue now, okay, you men, okay? If it wasn't for women giving birth to you lot, the world wouldn't exist. And I say this one.
Okay, so
I wouldn't
since we're
give
doing
birth.
Battle of the Sexes, can I just say, men are not monolithic. I've always said this on the show because before I used to, with all the white supremacists and the covert white nationalists, I always used to tell them like people have these like they create monoliths out of things. So men are not monolithic, right? I mean, obviously we can all say that we're biologically male, you know, ... and there's a lot of things in common we have, but we're not all under one umbrella, you know. Just like women are not all monolithic, or tall people are not monolithic, or so you know what I mean, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I just want to say, right, okay, this whole thing with men trashing us women, it is women that brought you men onto this planet, okay? And I'm not one of
True
those
facts.
women because I wouldn't give birth for anything, nothing.
Or a cat,
At the end
even
of the
for
day,
that matter.
if that poor mother hadn't suffered to bring you into this world, you wouldn't.
My mother didn't suffer. She said I shot out like a football. She said her first child was a little bit painful. Her
lucky her
fifth, she said she shot me against the room. She said it was dandy. It was an easy fucking thing. My mother had 5 children. None of them were a problem.
You know that thing that I just said about women? I don't include my mum in that.
He's taking the Napoleon route.
She said if I didn't play basketball, she'd hope the doctor was Michael Jordan. True
Yeah,
fact.
that kinda
I want
brings
to give
it back
a
around,
quick shout
'cause
out to
I-
Dr. D if I can. Dr. D
After all,
in the
it's
hood,
women that
always
breastfeed
holding
you
down the
guys,
show.
something
Dr.
that I
D.
would never do, I can tell you.
That reminds me of what Napoleon said when he said all women are I'm paraphrasing. He said all women are hoes except for my mother. But then he goes, but then again, she is a woman. That's exactly what that sounded like, bro.
Yeah, but you see, the difference between other women and my mum is, God bless her, if she was still with her, she would kick my ass.
Yeah, but kind of
man.
bringing it back, what do you think about? I do think that a lot of this stuff that people are kind of immersed in is due to trauma, and also, people used to. If you go back to like the people were traumatized in their own way in the 40s, and they didn't have this kind of crap entertainment. It's also social engineering. They wouldn't have sat and listened to some of this music
Emily,
or watched
don't you think though? Like, I don't know how it is like in the United States where you live, right? But I know Chick P will agree with me because she's from London, I'm from London, right? And there is this like really strong dystopian vibe. Like, you can just see it on the people's faces. Like we're literally just one catastrophic event, like almost like in COVID, where people were filling up fuel frantically or buying out the fucking toilet. We're just one frantic event from the purge style violence in society. Chippy, what do you reckon?
Yes, I agree with everything you say. People always say they're so happy, they're so happy. Well, they don't look very happy, let me say. That's all I'm saying. I don't.
Right,
look
that's
very-
what
I
I
look
was
around
Remember,
me,
it's not they
people
always
don't
say,
look
but they
very-
often say.
When I finish, I look around me, people don't look very happy. And they don't.
I can suggest a reason.
I agree.
I can
And
suggest
remember,
a
in
reason.
general,
if you let me.
People don't look very happy. They don't.
You know why people
And
don't
they're
want to
all
look happy?
overweight and dragging their
Oh my
feet
God.
along the pavement. Yeah, they all look really happy. They're not drinking and taking drugs and smoking. They're overeating and comfort eating. That
There's
looks
a lot of
really
that.
happy to me. Pardon?
The
Yeah, but
food, there's a
Chippy,
lot of that.
do you
That's
know
another
why-
thing.
Yeah, but
I
know
your
why
language,
people
Chickpea,
don't
is a
wanna-
little bit reductive, right? Like
Do you
it's
know
not
why people don't want to
everyone
look
doing
happy
this
sometimes?
always. It's some
Yeah,
people
but-
some of the
I
time.
think he needs
They
to
don't
start
look very-
Or
moderating this
most
shit,
of the
man.
Guys,
most
for
of the
fuck's
time.
sake, guys, I don't get pissed off usually, but come on, for fuck's sake, when someone's
I feel
talking,
like a
don't talk.
paranoid
Wait
schizophrenic.
for a sensible gap in the conversation to talk. For fuck's
I'm
sake.
hearing voices like a paranoid schizophrenic. Thank you, DW. We need some moderation, man. Guys, one at a time, man.
Do love
By
you,
the
man.
way, Russ, your microphone is not doing justice to you. Dirty Lowlife says it sounds like you're talking through a bag of Rice Krispies, which is unfortunate because you're saying some interesting stuff.
Yeah, he's calling it over a tuna can over a fishing line.
What about now, guys?
You'll have to talk a little bit more, Russ.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can everybody hear me? Mic check. 1 2.
It's a little
Nah,
bit
it's
better.
garbage.
I think your connection's not great tonight. Are you away from home? Are you?
No, it's another reason to not be happy. See, fucking
He's
technology.
hanging out in a 1960s ham radio.
Maybe change to Wi-Fi or something. I don't know what you're using, but
Sounds like you got
Go on,
marbles
Wi-Fi.
in your mouth.
Yeah.
Or something. Sauce it out,
Matt
man.
Crackle. That's going to be your new name, Russ. Matt Crackle is the Dirty Low Life. Yeah.
McCrackle 1 2 3. That's
Matt Crackle and Pop. Yeah.
Is it alright now? Or is it still bad?
When I was a kid, you used to get the Snap,
it's still-
Crackle, and Pop figurines in the Rice Krispies cereal, and you used to collect them.
Yeah,
they were
the world
Yeah,
is so
those
cheap
are
now
really
that they won't
good.
even give you a free kids toy.
Do you remember those figurines, guys?
It's the Archons.
absolutely.
The Archons are after me, man. What can I
You
do?
also used to get Coca-Cola yo-yos. Do you remember those?
Oh wow!
Yep.
What a
And the
thing!
fancy
One of them would be
It's great.
worth like $15 on eBay now.
Yeah, there was a
I'm
red
so
one, a
much
white
to the
one, a
world.
gold one, and a silver one.
Show you
Yeah.
off the
Shit, you
world.
probably get 1,000.
It's like,
It's kind of a big deal.
like my yeah. It was good fun.
Do you
I
remember
remember that-
when the bank used to give you a money
Nice.
box? A money box when you opened an account.
We called that a piggy bank.
Yeah, I do remember that. You used to get a little cardboard box, like with a slot on the top. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
all
very
gone
different.
now. That's
I
all
got a
gone for long.
I got a free wallet with when I joined when I was a kid, and then I got a free mobile phone later on when I was in uni.
Nice. Wow, that's kind of a thing, huh? Giving out phones.
You can't even find a high street branch that's open anymore, let alone get a free phone.
They're all closing down, aren't they? Thanks.
It was only worth. You had to put a tenner into your account to get the phone, so I put a tenner and then took it straight out when I got the phone. Then I
That's
never
good.
used
Yeah.
that account. Then I never used that account ever again. In fairness, it was one of those
when was
shitty
that
digital.
TNW? In like
Years
in
ago, man.
1957?
No, it was
£10?
after. It was 2003 or something like that.
You guys are stepping in on a bunch of British jargon. Number one, what's a high street and what's a tenner?
High Street is like the main.
A tenner
street.
is £10, 10 Great British pounds. A high street is the main shopping boulevard of a locality.
Okay, Main Street and a $10 bill. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And sorry for getting lost in the sauce.
That's okay.
You don't run around saying stupid stuff like garbage and nickel. Come on.
I
Anyway,
used to watch
guys,
those.
Right?
I want to give it back to Russ. I want to give the mic back to Russ. Everybody else, shut the hell up. for a moment.
I
Just for a
parked
moment.
my car in the garage.
Let Ross speak. Ross, come on, brother. You haven't been on here that long, so we're going to give the mic to you again. Bring some
Yeah, so,
decorum.
okay, so radio check. Are you receiving me? Over.
Yes, that'll do. That'll do.
Okay. So basically, I was just wanted to respond to what Emily said. I think people should kind of lean more towards a sense of realism rather than optimism or pessimism. Because I do feel like when people try to cling on to like hopium and copium of trying to be happy artificially, I feel like it only serves the system that exploits all of us. You know what I mean? So maybe if people allow like the drudgery of current day life and existence to kind of sober them up a little bit to the point where they're like, you know what, bro, we can't actually continue like this. Like we need to change.
Yeah.
So that's
I
what I
love
was trying
that.
to get at.
Well said, Ra.
I agree
I
with
like
you,
it.
Ross.
you.
I agree
Yeah.
with you, mate.
Okay.
But it's
Love
I like
very
the word
bloody
sober
hard.
minded. The word sober minded, I mean, it means so much more than what people think. It's not really only talking about substances. There's a lack of sober mindedness in all kinds of things. I think true happiness is very sober minded. Like, it's why people seek this kind of unnatural, exaggerated form of happiness. And they, like Chickpea was talking about, they look around and assume that other people are all happy. And then if you really look at them, they're not a lot of times. So, yeah, I think you can be a realist and also be happy. I think people don't let themselves be happy. That's what I'm trying to say. And especially, like on the internet or at work or whatever, you let what's going on completely consume you. And then to forget about it, people go and get kind of involved in, I think, like dark things sometimes because it makes them feel like, look at those shows about people that weigh like 7,000 pounds. Well, not that much, but like 600 pounds or whatever. And that makes them feel better about being like 50 pounds overweight or these things about, terrible things happening to people. There is sort of a weird culture where we've kind of gotten obsessed with, look at that dark, crazy ass thing over there kind of a thing,
Yeah, yeah. Shiva Matimba's Om has hit me hard with this profound statement, which, although simply stated, is wonderfully concise in its effectiveness at really hitting home a point. The excuses made today will haunt tomorrow.
Yeah, and he's sporting the Monkey King imagery there. So yeah, eating the forbidden peach.
No, but in all seriousness, the excuses made today will haunt tomorrow. We do have to be
Emily,
mindful
I must tell you
of
what
our
I
words and our actions, just as we have to be mindful of not talking when someone else is talking, Chickpea. Now, go ahead, Chickpea.
Sorry. Emily, I must tell you, I've bought myself 2 big posters. Both say, what am I going to do today? Blah, blah, blah. Nothing, because I'm retired. And I'm going to put them right in my bedroom so that
I love that.
I must
That's
remember
awesome.
to do nothing because I'm retired.
It's okay to do nothing. We're beings, not doings. And that's something that they start on us young with. They're like, what are you accomplishing? Even when you're a little kid, instead of just being. It's very
Right,
important.
just
I got to go
luxuriate in
make.
it. Take a
Speaking of
nap.
which, I'm going to go making some food. So it was nice hanging out with you guys. Everybody have a good
Bye,
rest of the day.
Emily.
That's one. Have a good one.
And Emily,
Thank
put
you,
on your
Emily.
earmuffs when you slice
Thank
those
you.
carrots,
Grub,
because
I
they'll be
must-
screaming.
Grub, I must tell
Guys,
you.
let's give some space to Chickpea, guys. Everyone be quiet, please. Chickpea, go ahead.
Grubs, I must tell you, Watchman-Flips, Team U are selling the most gorgeous, gorgeous cat posters. You must get online and have a look and buy a few.
Cat posters.
I'll show you one. Hold on, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I got 2
Careful
of
you don't
these.
show
You've seen the
private
cat palette,
information.
yes.
Oh, you've got it.
Hold on,
You
where's
bought one,
the-
have
For every
you?
month.
There's the cat.
Not only has she
Hold
got
on.
8 cats running around the house, but she's got about 1 million cats on her walls.
Yeah,
Go
I've got
ahead.
loads of cats on my walls. Oh, you can't see it. I'm not very good
No,
at
I'm
this.
seeing your sunflowers.
Like the sunflowers.
I made those
I can
myself.
see a cat below it. I can see a cat below it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is nice. So that's a poster.
Yeah, well, they're not posters. They're very nice. They're framed.
Okay.
And they're really, really gorgeous. You want to get a few.
It does
but
look nice.
Yeah, it's lovely. What was the other
Is it
one?
on a kind of canvas?
Yes,
No,
it's on canvas.
it is.
They are such good value. Hold on.
Has it got a wooden? Has it got like a wooden frame behind the canvas? If you know what I mean, at the back, like
Yes,
a slight
yes,
thin.
yes.
Oh, it has. Okay, so it's quality.
Look at her.
Posh frames.
Look at that.
Nice.
That was about a £5.
Chickpea. really and truly, it's amazing. Like just the feline environment you've created. You know, you're in. You must be delighted.
Well,
That's a handsome cat. Is that a Tom?
isn't he gorgeous? Look at him sitting there.
Yeah, it's very, very pretty. If I may interject just momentarily, there's a person in the chat box that has been vying for attention for quite a while now. Just like a tomcat, let's give a little shout out to OTW.
Hello, OTW. OTW says it's all a simulation. None of it is real. There you go. I'm trying to show the comment.
And
Dirty Lowlife,
I apologize for that.
throws back.
I had to do it.
Dirty Lowlife asked the pertinent question: simulations aren't real. There you go. So
It kind of reminds me of that scene in The Matrix where when Morpheus.
Sorry.
1 second, Chickpea. As you heard, Ross is speaking. Then you can go. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a very profound thing because it kind of reminds me of that scene where Morpheus and Neo have that conversation in The Matrix, and Neo's like, "Oh, something along the lines of it's not real," and then Morpheus says to him, "But what is real?" He goes, "Like pain and pleasure are just electricity running through your body, right?" And he's right when you think about it. So maybe. Yeah, so maybe in a way, like this is a simulation in the sense where not necessarily that when he says it's not real, that it's not happening, but the things that are happening are without substance, if that makes sense. Without true substance.
Funnily enough, the ancient Gnostics believed that this world was a material effort at simulating the spiritual realm. And as a simulation, it was a poor man's copy and quite simply wasn't up to scratch, that the spiritual realm is eons better and this place frankly sucks. That's what they believed. They believed it was a simulation.
Makes sense. It's not up to snuff, right? That's the thing we're doing. We're projecting to be the thing, right?
Yeah,
Can I chime in? I actually
no, you can't, because Chippy was going to say something. So let's be. Go ahead, Chippy, and then Specman.
Talking about those canvas things of the cats, actually, because it's all canvas. You wouldn't believe what you get for about £8. They are gorgeous. You want to get a couple for
Yeah,
people
I will do.
you know who like cats. They are gorgeous.
Yeah. I'm sure you can get other things as well, like dogs.
Yes, you can get doggy ones as well. They've got doggy ones too. Yes. Yeah, I've got loads of them. I've got loads in the bathroom, kitchen, they're everywhere because it really chews me up.
OTW says when you die, you wake up, because life is a dream. We live in a dream. It says when you die, you wake up. Do you want to come on and tell us why you think that? Where's your evidence for that, OTW? That's a really interesting idea. Specman, you did want to say something. Go ahead.
Right. Well, I think it's all fine and dandy to make a claim, but yeah, you're right. He needs to come up and support it.
Specman, go ahead.
I was going to say, if at any stage somebody that works for StreamYard is listening, it would be a really good idea if they put an emoji button on with like a hand that would show next to the person's
like
picture.
in Zoom. Yeah.
And then inside that hand, there would be like a 1 or 2 or 3 so that you could know who put their hand up. And that would be
It's a
really
simple
good.
thing, but for some reason they just won't do it. And I have no idea why.
Just like Spec.
Thank you, Specman. Specman, why don't you email them? Why don't you email them?
As you know, I'm quite busy, and my positive news for the week is
That's no excuse, Specman.
Okay, I humbly apologize for all of you for not improving your world. Sorry.
I do have my little old face on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting for OTW to come on and explain his idea that we're in a dream state, and when we die, we wake up. It's a beautiful idea. It would be nice if it was true, and that everything was fine and dandy after you woke up. Wouldn't that be lovely?
But you know, we're nothing but
in all honesty,
sorry.
Go ahead. You first, Chickpea.
Oh, you know, we're nothing but a load of atoms vibrating at certain speed, and if we were all squashed together, the entire planet, we'd be no bigger than a sugar cube.
Well, maybe It's a depressing conclusion, but maybe we do have to die to reach the next level of evolution.
Yeah, of course we are. We can't,
to free ourselves from this.
that.
little
Our
realm.
souls are trapped here in our meat bags. We're imprisoned.
Yeah, but we're
OTW
here for a
says he
reason.
believes. OTW says he believes the nursery rhyme "Row, row, row your boat" meant gently down the stream, merrily, 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 merrily. Yes, but why do you believe it, OTW? Do tell us why you actually believe it.
I've been informed that we're all going to die and reincarnate as a potato or a carrot, and we're going to finally find out what
Who
it's
told
like
you
for the
that?
other side.
What?
Shut the hell up, Spencer.
Isn't that kind
That
of
makes no
de-evolution?
sense.
Well, he said he'd been informed, but who told you that? Who?
I don't want to turn into a vegetable in my next life. I don't think that would be much fun.
But you know, guys, sometimes I don't
If I
want to be.
may, it's a pretty basic equation from the perspective of Taoism, right? If you live a good life, you elevate and you become angelic, you're divine, you're an immortal being, you're filled with light, this kind of thing. You live for thousands and thousands of years. But if you're a bad man, then it's similar to Indian Hinduism, I would imagine, right? You're shot out your lower orifices,
You go
into
back
the poop
round for
realm,
another
and you
step.
you become a hungry ghost. You're a turd, and you grow up through the
You
through the
see,
vegetable kingdom.
the reason I
yes,
disagree with
recycling. It's a bit of recycling.
No,
Ross,
let me come back in on. Let me come in on that. Sorry.
Go ahead, as a thought head. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, in a general sense, it sounds like a really sort of feasible idea, right? Even though it can't be proven, but it still sounds feasible. But when you start to really dissect it, almost like a surgeon, and analyze it, it just like, so you said if you do good things or if you do bad things, like use those terms. But the issue I have with that is like, what's this objective good? And if there
It was
was
a very reductive statement, just to generalize.
Yeah, because,
I
like,
would say live to one's
understand.
virtue.
No, but even that word virtue, like it's socially
I
constructed.
could further
right?
define it if you're groping.
No, so like for example, like what you might find
No,
as
yes,
virtue.
you seem to be groping. Go ahead.
So what you might define as virtue might not be virtuous at all in another culture or in another philosophy. Like for example, in Islam,
virtue is virtue.
He's hit the nail on the head in terms of.
Aren't virtues objective?
Wait. So no, I'm basically let me just
virtue's
land,
not
guys,
culturally confined.
No, but
It's
when you
definitive.
say
It's sui generis.
no, it is culturally confined. Okay, so wait,
No,
hold on
it's
a second.
not.
Let me make my point, man. You keep interrupting. So, for example, in the Islamic tradition, right, if a woman doesn't cover up, it's seen as a sin, right? So it's seen as a sin, but in a non-Islamic country, that's not seen as a sin. So, according to your definition of reincarnation, if a woman doesn't cover
The
up,
virtue would be the same. A
Islamic
virtue for
society-
if I may, the virtue for Islamic woman would be to beekeeper suit. The virtue for a hot Texan young American gal would be to show that fat ass. So the virtue is the same. The virtue doesn't change. The
the virtues
expression
are-
of it changes. It's still virtue. Big old fat ass. Oh god damn, gonna get some. Right, but the Islamic woman won't show it. That's fine. The virtue is the same.
No, but that's not a virtue in Texan culture because she's doing that out of her
Oh, it
freedom
absolutely
to do so.
is. You have no idea. Have you ever been to Texas, my friend?
No,
I don't need to because Texas ain't the only place.
So
with
speculating
women.
on hypotheticals that you have no experience with. I'm not speculating. I know these
Okay,
things.
now
I've
he's
been there.
just
I've
doing
done
the
that.
bullshit thing. He's just basically doing a red herring now. He's just trying to derail the conversation. What I'm trying to say to you is that whole general idea.
I was trying to extrapolate so that you understood virtue better. Don't try to define what I'm doing. Define what you're doing. Yeah, go ahead.
Don't interrupt me. Don't fucking interrupt me, China, man. I'm talking. So basically, you have a hard time of letting people make
No, I'm a motherfucking
points. You're
Chinaman.
doing it again. Shut the fuck up, you dickhead. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to be nice to you, man. For fuck's sake,
No, I'm
bro.
Dr. D. Dr. D. Shout out to Dr. D in the chat. And
fuck Dr. D, man. I don't give a fuck what Dr. D
Come
says.
on, Frank. Let Russ talk. Come on, brother.
This is a problem with you W's. You've brought on a lot of clowns, and these people are not here for intellectual discourse. They're here for fucking entertainment. I'm not here for fucking entertainment. I'm here to have really deep conversations. Yeah, I don't mind if you disagree with me. That's fine, as long as that we can have a proper conversation. Anyway, I digress. So what I'm trying to say is, you mentioned in a generic sense, oh, like the Tao is saying, the Buddha is saying, Eastern mysticism, right? That if you do good things, but what I'm saying to you is, what is good on one philosophy or one ideology may not may be seen as bad as the other. So this whole idea of different people on different parts of the planet doing different things, and then you're trying to slap an objective morality and say, well, it's still virtue because it's seen as this way. It's that doesn't make that makes absolutely no sense. Like, for example, some religions and cultures believe that animal sacrifice is good. Now, if you go to other cultures, like where veganism is prevalent, they wouldn't see that as a virtue, and I'm sure D&W would agree with that. So how can you say that both of these people are living a quote unquote virtuous life? Is ridiculous.
I don't understand how appealing to authority is important here. Like, I realize it's D&W's channel, but that doesn't reinforce your argument at all. Go ahead and continue. I apologize for interrupting.
That wasn't a good use of appeal to authority fallacy, because I wasn't saying D&W is an authority. I'm just saying he's a vegan himself. So,
but your rhetoric is indicative of it, so you're being disingenuous. Appeal to yourself, please.
okay, so if I take D&W out the equation, my argument still stands, because, like I said, you can have meat-eating cultures that it's part of their religion, like, for example, Judaism and Islam, where they sacrifice animals in the name of God, and to eat that meat is something good. It's not bad. Shut up! Don't fucking interrupt, man. For fuck's sake, let me finish my point, then you can talk. So you have that example, but on the opposite spectrum, you have people like vegans, right? Or you have certain sects of Jainism and Hinduism that are pure vegetarian vegans, and they would say that's completely immoral and it's not virtuous. So this whole idea that, oh, if you just be good or bad makes no sense.
You're differentiating between different things.
You can go.
I disagree with you.
Of human history. I haven't finished yet.
Razagul, are you going to talk for the entire stream? An hour? Must we endure an entire hour
I'm making a point.
Continue then.
I'm making a point. See, this is the arrogance of this guy. He doesn't like to let people make points. He can't handle the points. So basically,
my arrogance. I can drop a point in 30 seconds.
I didn't ask for your fucking commentary, dick face. I didn't ask for your commentary. Go fuck yourself, man. You're an American living in China. Shut the fuck up, bro. So anyway, as I was saying, guys, throughout human history,
and
you can take,
for example, matters how. Define that.
Oh, this guy, man, fucking hell, bro! Just shut your mouth, and I wouldn't have to say this in the I wouldn't have to say this in the first place, man. Why can't you just stay silent?
Guys, just 1 second, please. Just quiet down, both.
Your blessings, like Jack Talcott would say. That's you.
I don't understand the animosity here. Just listen to
each other. Calm
it down, guys. Calm it down a little bit.
You know, one thing about me, yeah, is I'm very respectful. Yeah, I think it's a cultural thing. You
are, Ross. You have been.
Our culture is different to this. Americans like to fucking. So some Americans is an archetype that like to.
Am I disrespectful? Really? Is that
yes,
what I'm doing?
Doing it again because in British culture,
conversation.
You fucking Americans don't know what the
You're the one heated. Not
yeah. Just shut the fuck up.
All right, 1 second, guys, please, quiet down. No talking until I tell you what I'm going to do, guys. Just for a little bit, I'm going to ask you. Sorry, OTW, you got some noise going on there, mate. Please mute yourself. Please don't. Just for the time being, this is getting a little bit heated. Russ, please speak. Please do practice some polite brevity as best as you can, and then. After that, Frank can speak. And yeah, just return the favor. Don't speak whilst Frank is speaking. We'll go ahead with that rule in place.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So, yeah, let me make this concise. Yeah. Okay. So basically what I'm trying to say is throughout human history, different civilizations, different cultures like the Aztecs practice human sacrifice. They were sacrificing people in the name of Kukulkan, their deity. They saw that as virtuous. Now, according to what Frank said, as long as you just be good, and this goodness is literally across all nations, doesn't matter. It's inverted as well somehow in a weird and twisted way in his universe. I don't know what kind of fucking universe he lives in. According to Frank, everything is just either good or bad. It's just binary. There's no nuance or anything. And if you just lead this quote unquote good life, you'll end up in a better place in the next one. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say in a nutshell.
No, I think there's more to it than that.
No, shut up, Ricardo. As we all know, it was actually Frank's turn to speak, and nobody else speak while Frank is replying to Russ. Go ahead, Frank.
No, Frank.
All right. In brief, if I may just define, the virtue is the thing that it's doing, right? It's the Gnostic expression of like its creation. So, for example, a rose blooms a flower, but it also has thorns. And so when you grab for the flower, you get hurt. Is that wrong? No, we're not distinguishing between right and wrong. We're distinguishing between the expression of the thing. So like my analogy I used a moment ago with a gal in Texas wearing what are they called? Daisy Dukes or the short shorts is the same as a gal wearing a beekeeper suit in the Islamic tradition. They're expressing the highest ideal of their virtue. Now, whether or not you think it's good or not has nothing to do with me. My dog wasn't in that race. I was just saying that it's the li, or the Chinese term for the fabric of the thing, as it were, right? Like I wear cotton, it feels like cotton. I wear hemp, it feels like hemp. Kenny Givens always wearing silk, baby. So if we may, please welcome Kenny Givens to the show.
And ATW.
I'm just here as a spectator. You guys carry on.
Thank you, Kenny. OTW was actually next. OTW, welcome to Finding Gnosis. What would you like to say? You did make some interesting comments, OTW, so hopefully it will be about that, where you said life is but a dream, and when you die, you wake up. Go ahead, OTW.
Right. Well, I was kind of like, wasn't prepared to come and answer that, but I was like more or less into Ra's al Ghul's view on things, right? And I was actually going to offer a bit of pushback to Ra's al Ghul and give props to Frank, because yeah, that would make also a lot of sense when it comes to the theory of this being a dream, right? Because if it is a dream, then reincarnation, you know, could possibly be a thing, right? So if you do accumulate, I would say, let's say, bad karma during your lifetimes, that would probably resonate into your next experience, right? Because I think it's a possibility that this isn't the only experience that we've had, and that we've also have many more experiences to go, right? This is not just the only experience, in my opinion.
Okay, so to respond to OTW, again, you guys can't define what this good or bad is in the universal sense. It's very arbitrary. And the latter part of what you just stated, being, oh, you don't think, it's just your opinion. Again, that's all I'm saying. It's just your opinion. None of you guys can prove this. To me, all I was doing was just offering food for thought. Yeah, it's the Finding Gnosis show. We do like to talk about the metaphysical elements of existence. I'm open to it. I'm not a material reductionist. But when certain individuals get pushback, see, this is the thing, DNW, and I'm going to try and say this in the nicest way, right? Is there was a time when you used to attract like real substance to the show, and now you just got all these like jokers coming on there, bro. Like, and sometimes I'll be listening to the show and they're just like literally, it's just like verbal diarrhea coming out their mouth. And then when a man or a woman comes with substance, they want to get triggered. And shut the fuck up, Frank. I see you on mute and I'm talking. Don't fucking interrupt me. I don't know.
I'm just gonna hashtag tell Claudia.
I was the one who wanted to interrupt.
You see what I mean? DNW, he violates the rules because he has no respect for the show. So when somebody comes with substance, they get so triggered. But if I was to sit here and talk shit, this guy would be happy to entertain it, bro. His little Taoism and his little fucking Buddhism and all this stuff that he can't prove. Yeah, that was my point.
So reductive. No, I have no affiliation with Buddhism in any way. Maybe some.
Andy says everyone loves to regurgitate ancient claims that have virtually no evidence to support them.
Yeah, it's just a fact, isn't it? Because Eastern.
Well, DNW, that's the fact of the matter is all I bring forward is evidential experience, experiential evidence. All I bring forward is the living thing.
Right.
Like Kenny Givens. Can we get Kenny Givens central stage for a bit of a song? 3 coins in a fountain, Kenny, if you would. Frank Sinatra.
See, this guy's not serious. He's not serious.
Can I chime in here, please? I just got here. I want to
discussion.
chime in, Raz Al Ghul, because I do want to push back again on what you said. Because then your claim would be, well, not a claim, but then inadvertently you're saying that any individual experience has no weight in a particular intellectual conversation, which I believe is being closed-minded. I'm sorry.
And biased and prejudicial, and he's absolutely diminishing anyone's contribution but his own. It doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I'm not. I'm actually accepting everybody's contribution. You just don't seem to see that. Basically, what I'm saying
You just said that we're here shitting on fucking the NW show, which is
I
not
thought you were saying
at
about
all
different
the
cultures.
Yeah,
situation.
because you just keep interrupting.
Yeah.
It must
Right,
be
because
the
you generalize
Chinese
and
culture in
reduce
you,
us to nothingness, to NPCs. Yeah, okay,
All right,
thank
guys.
you then.
Again, it's been a little.
Wait.
Can I say
I clearly said, sorry, DNW, let me land. I clearly said I'm not a material reductionist, Frank. So you need to start reading about the Tao and start reading some other useful shit, bro. You might actually
道
learn
可
something.
道非常道非常民可名非常名
Don't
你
talk
神
about
经你
Chinese
你
shit.
你有道
You
吗
don't know China, man. You're a
你理
fucking
解道吗
American, so
你
shut
什
the
么
fuck up.
道你废
Yeah.
话
Fake China, man. Fake China, man. Yeah.
So can I want to make the general point, if I may, the NW.
混蛋
I want to make a general point that cultures.
Go ahead,
we all
Ricardo.
know-
Hold on a sec. Let's give some space to Ricardo. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we all know, we all can see that studying different cultures, and different parts of the world and different countries and tribes, right? They have their own morality. They have group morality. You know, there's obviously people around in the group that don't share that morality, but it's the prevailing morality. A bit like we've got, you know, a heritage of Christianity in the West, right? And that goes back a long way. So, but although cultures may differ with their morality, you won't be judged like that in a final judgment or whatever. When you finally reach the end of your life, you won't be judged by your culture, because that's not universal. You'll be judged by whether you're generally a good person in your life, I think, or not. If you're a bad person, then
Can I chime in?
you know.
Can I respond to Ricardo
That's
quickly?
army.
So, Ricardo, if you was in World War II killing Nazis in a very brutal way, I won't go into details for obvious reasons, but just imagine you was enlisted, right? You had to fight against the Nazis, and you had to kill them in very brutal ways. Is that virtuous? I just want to know from your perspective.
Not necessarily, no. But I
See,
mean, if you didn't
yeah.
know, if you were just blindly following orders because you didn't have any other choice, because you had a gun to your head, then maybe that wouldn't be so bad. But if
Okay, so what
you're
you
an
had to-
actual psycho and you get off on hurting people, then yeah, I don't think you're going to go
No,
anywhere good.
okay, psycho aside, you're in war, right? So war, obviously your reptilian brain, your amygdalas, in full fucking action. It's fight or flight. People are dying around you. People get maimed. People lose limbs. Now I want you to imagine this scenario. Let me change it a bit. So you have a Nazi captain, and he's not giving up the information. Now, if he doesn't give up this information about certain enemy positions, many of your allies and people you know personally are going to die. Now, the only way to extract this information is, do you see what I'm telling you is real? This is what happens in war, right?
Moral dilemma.
Hey, Raz, can you stop being so...
wait, let me finish. Don't interrupt me, guys. Let me finish, and then you guys can...
Please,
hold
OTW,
on.
don't interrupt, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
So, okay,
And
so
you've been to
Ricardo, let me
war,
take
right?
it. See, look what he's fucking doing. This is what I'm saying, bro. No decorum. No decorum. Lives in China, but he's a fucking American out and out, bro. No fucking decorum. Anyway, as I was saying, Ricardo, now just imagine you have to torture this Nazi guy, but you're not doing it out of some sort of isolated psychopathic sense
I'm
of
no
self-gratification. You're torturing this guy as a means to an end, and it's the only means to an end, right? So would you say that's virtuous? I'm just trying to figure out like where your definition of virtue, how it
The
can be
spirit of death within the warrior is his virtue. Yes.
I'm talking to Ricardo.
that is a difficult one, man. But like sometimes you've just got to take difficult decisions and let the chips fall where they may. But God,
You've never cut the head off a carrot?
I'm going to say one final thing. I'm going to say one final thing to Ricardo. Thank you, Ricardo, for being honest. You might not agree with me, but what I'm trying to indicate to everybody is, you see, many of our soldiers and our troops, whatever role they played, they were put in positions where they had to commit by people on this panel standard, quote unquote, evil, to get a good end. But for me, those terms, good and evil, and in the ultimate sense, they have no weight. If you ask me the same question, if I was to answer my own question, I would say that soldier would have to do what is necessary, right, to avoid an absurd outcome. So in reality,
so you could cast the first stone, Roz. Is that what you're claiming?
That doesn't apply to me. I'm not Christian.
Cast the first stone. No, I'm just asking you directly. Yes, no question.
Yeah, if it comes over life and death, and in a certain scenario, yeah, of course. Because I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian, so that morality doesn't apply to me. I don't believe in turn the other cheek, and I'm not a follower of Jesus Christ.
I asked you a simple question. You couldn't answer it. It's so funny.
I did.
Go ahead.
I could. I said yes. Yes, I said yes.
Ross.
Is that not enough? Yeah.
To give a broader
I have a question.
To give a broader perspective, though, hang on a minute. To give a broader perspective, this soldier who's just had to kill loads of people and whatever and do terrible things, he might have only done that for a couple of years of his life, and then but the rest of his life, say he lived in peace and harmony and happiness, and he had a good most of his life. So
yeah, but he won't. The ghost will haunt him.
Yeah, see, so it's very arbitrary, because look, both of you who agree in a general sense are disagreeing on a nuanced point. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying there could be some balance there. I think generally you've lived a good life.
Sorry, go ahead.
Everyone makes mistakes, and I think God or whoever, the architect, accounts for that. Nobody's perfect. We're all human, but I think as long as we continue making good efforts to change ourselves in positive ways, then
OTW, go ahead, and then guys, after OTW, I want to let
we've waited a long time.
Oh, man.
DW, if I may. OTW,
and then Specman, okay.
Look, there's so much to unpack here. I mean, it's this could be a really wild conversation. But where to start, right? Like, I'm kind of like getting bombarded by the conversation that's already being had, while simultaneously trying to retain all of the things that I want to say that wants to come out at the same time, right? So, I mean, I think I'm just gonna reserve the right to remain silent for the moment. And trying to keep following this conversation, right? Because there's, like I said, there's a lot to unpack here, right?
That's fair enough. Speckman, what did you want to say?
I just wanted to ask, is wisdom a virtue?
Yeah, and the big question is Kenny ready to sing? That's the big fucking question everybody's thinking about.
So
I can, because my Airbnb guests are trying to get to sleep.
Okay, Kenny. Speckman, why do you ask that question? Do elaborate a bit more on why that's an important question for you.
Because it's so simple, and if the answers are divided, then we're very clearly divided on the notion of what virtue is.
Yeah, my answer would be in short, in very brief. Wisdom is the highest good, and we need seek none else. And so many people discount it, right? They say, "Oh, that's a wives' tale that your mother, your father said." But who is the direct source of all your training and instrumentation? But those people that have gone before you by way of the spoken word. and instructed you to somehow do the right thing. I would say, Specman, in direct address to you, in short, wisdom is the highest good, and it's absolute virtue.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, so do I.
Nice. Thank you.
And there's so much wisdom to learn as well, so much to discover.
Yeah. Right? It's good magic. And if Kenny would sing, we would have the highest expression of the voice of God.
He just said he can't
Because-
sing. He can't sing. He's got Airbnb guests. He can't sing.
my
Is
bad.
Bex going to come
Sorry.
on today? She was so good last night. We need her again. Andy, do come on as
beating
well,
a dead
brother. We
horse,
missed you on the
DW.
panel.
Can
Cougar Duma.
can I get in? Because I've been quiet for a few moments. I just want to get in. So what I was trying to prove to all the listeners here, right, is egos aside. I know it can get a bit heated, but what I was just trying to prove is, you see, all of these religious ideas, we can entertain them, we can discuss them. But all I did was I demonstrated that when you press reincarnation or the concept of a real hard good and evil, concrete, when you press it under scrutiny in a pragmatic way, you can just see how it crumbles. Because, for example, I gave the example of the soldier, that he had to do what he had to do. But according to the general sense of good and evil, a lot of people would say what he did was evil. But I wouldn't. I would say, take away those words good and evil. What he did was necessary. So in this world of survival, most people, I would argue, whether are just trying to survive, right? So the words good and evil cannot hold weight in an ultimate sense. We use good and evil or good and bad in a conventional sense, right?
You're
So in
beginning
a,
to sound like Cougar Duma. He says, do
Right.
what thou wilt. There is no right or wrong in this nature.
Exactly.
no.
That starts
It's the
sounding
whole of the law.
No, this is what I just
Love is
said.
the law.
In a
Love under will.
ultimate sense, in a conventional sense, there is
Yes,
good
I
and
know,
bad.
I know what you mean, Ross. I'm just saying, in the conventional sense, there is good and bad, but if you zoom out, it's hard to define it. So that's essentially what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, because if you went back in the
Cougar says that's because there isn't any, in actual fact.
If you went back in the Aztec time when they were sacrificing people, you couldn't explain to these people that what you're doing is wrong. They would say, "How dare you say that? We're doing it to appease the mighty Kukulkan." And who are you then to tell this as
people are
You've got to eat
By the
liver.
way, Kenny, you've been asked to whisper sing for
Oh,
us.
DNW, I was making a point, man. I just got cut off.
Sorry,
What's going on?
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're right, DNW. That would be very nice.
Yeah. So
Go ahead,
who
Ross.
would, so who would be anyone be or have the right to tell these Aztecs that what they're doing is morally wrong versus what you're doing? Because in Europe, before
Well, you bring
Christianity,
up a hard point, like the Chinese during the Cultural Revolution. If I may, they ate each other.
I haven't finished my point.
Go ahead.
My point. So in Europe, before Christianity, it was rife with paganism and Wiccan and all these other things, right? And there were certain practices that were outlawed by Christianity when Christianity came out, with Saint Patrick and spreading Christianity from Ireland and stuff. But what I'm trying to say is different sets of beliefs clash with others. So it's always going to be socially constructed, one man's belief versus another man's belief, so to speak. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, liberalism. You're right. Anybody who leans too far in either direction goes to extremes. And if you whisper, Kenny, your Airbnb people will not hear you.
Music. Don't like you just want to go to a very show. Sit down.
The man.
I could sing a little song if you don't mind.
I would love it, Ricardo.
I don't have to
But
be
I have a quick question. Is Kenny permabanned from Chats with Jack? Because that would be the largest error in human history, in my mind. But Ricardo, if you would.
If you don't mind, DNW, I've got one prepared here. Just the lyrics. Anybody a fan of Pink Floyd?
I can call myself a.
I'm more Oasis, to be honest. Wonderwall. That's my job.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay.
I
well,
kind of liked you, Ra's al Ghul, but
Practice
now
what
I'm
you
saying-
preach, guys. Practice what you preach. It is Ricardo's turn. Go ahead,
Raz
Ricardo.
al Ghul.
Thanks,
Raz al
guys.
I'm a
I'm
fan of
going
OTW.
It's a little song called "Wearing the Inside Out." So I'm going to sing it a cappella because that's from morning to night. I stayed out of sight. Didn't recognize I'd become no more than alive. I barely survive. In a word, overrun. Won't hear a sound from my mouth. I've spent too long on the inside out. My skin is cold to the human touch. This bleeding heart's not being much. I murmured a vow of silence, and now I don't even hear when I think aloud. Extinguished by light, I turn on the night, where it's darkness with an empty smile.
Turn on your camera for this bit.
Okay. I'm creeping back to life, my nervous system all awry. I'm wearing the inside out. It's me playing my imaginary guitar.
You've inspired me. I
So-
want to do an
oh,
a cappella.
okay. That's pretty much it. I can do the last bit if you want. There's another verse.
Speckman absolutely fucking ruined that.
Did
Go
I?
ahead, Ricardo.
No, just carry on. And with these words, I can see clear through the clouds that covered me. Just give it time, then speak my name. Now we can hear ourselves again. I'm holding out for the day when all the clouds have blown away. I'm with you now, can speak your name. Now we can hear ourselves again.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was absolutely brilliant in the end there, Ricardo. You
I practiced that earlier,
very
so.
well. Thank you for that. That was wonderful, wonderful. We have a right talented bunch here. People are saying in the comments that was beautiful as well. We have Andy saying that was beautiful, Ricardo. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Kenny says, "Well done, Ricardo. Well done." There you go.
Sorry,
And Frank Monday says, "Good magic, Ricardo. Sunshine and blessings." Go ahead, Russ.
Kenny posted a comment saying that Liam Gallagher on X says for me to stop being mean. Who's Liam Gallagher?
The Oasis frontman, singer for the the main man for Oasis.
Oh
Liam
shit, I
Gallagher.
didn't even know that.
I got to give a bit of the tip of the hat to all the British folk out there. Only the folks from jolly old England can articulate again correctly. Americans always bastardize it, and don't ask a Canadian to speak English. It's a torturous thing.
Again. Gotta say again.
There we go. Okay, guys. I'm just gonna get myself a tasty beverage. I'll be right back.
Can I do an acapella now then?
Wait a minute.
Hold on, guys. Yes. One minute, guys. Speckman's gonna sing. We've got to let Speckman sing. Speckman, you can turn the camera on if you want to make it.
I don't. I'm not on my laptop. Sorry.
Okay.
Right, here
Hey,
goes.
let
I'll
me
be right
do
back,
one.
guys.
I'll do one.
After that, OTW, you can. Yeah.
All right.
What are you
ready?
gonna sing, Speckman? Tell us what you're gonna sing first.
You'll know instantly because the name of the song is the first lyric. Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games. We've got everything you want, and honey, we know the names. We are the people that can find whatever you may need. If you've got the money, honey, we've got your disease in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle's gonna bring you to your knees. Ha! I want to see you bleed. Welcome to the jungle. Take it day by day. If you're gonna be, but it's the price that you have to pay. And we're very sexy, girl, and you're very hard to please. You can taste the bright lights, honey, but don't try that to me in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. I want to hear you scream.
Oh yeah, nice.
Sorry,
Thank you very much.
I don't know the rest.
I want to
by
make
heart.
you scream.
No, that was good, actually, guys. I will give you a round of applause. Congratulations. That's for both of you.
Indeed, nothing like a little Mad Dog 2020 get the day started.
OTW center stage. He's going to sing for us next. Go ahead, OTW. OTW. Mic check.
OTW.
Here we go. This man's a professional. Go ahead, OTW.
Yeah,
Take it away. Tell us what you're going to do. Tell us what you're going to sing and play. Go ahead. You are currently muted. You're probably testing it out right now, but just to let you know, you are muted.
All right. So how's this sound? You hear that?
Like honey off
Nice,
a hot biscuit.
nice.
All right. Okay. So here it goes. Just want to make sure. There we go. It was like 10 minutes long, you know. I wasn't gonna go.
Fucking hell, OTW. That was fucking fantastic, brother. Amazing. Honestly, that was fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Awesome, dude.
The panel needed a little bit of love, guys, you know.
Bro, I could listen to that for 24 hours, man. I wanted you to keep playing. That was absolutely brilliant. Here's a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's really
Guys,
quite
that
a
was
thing.
shockingly brilliant. Shockingly brilliant, OTW. You should be delighted with yourself because that was delightful for us. Amazing.
Thank you, sir. I'm speechless. I love music, so I'm like, it was a pleasure for me.
Yeah, if you want to play one more, feel like you're most welcome. That was fucking. I'll be right back.
My sound's a bit loud. I gotta fix my output. All right, there we go.
Music is also important for Gnosis seeking. It does inspire us and it changes the mood. And sometimes we need that. Go ahead.
There we go. I'm having an issue with my wire, I think.
Well,
Timing.
when all you have is a tuna can and a fishing line, then it can be a problem.
All right, let me see what I can get here. Hold on, let me find something.
They say when we stare into the abyss stirs back at us. I had a Marine buddy in college. He always said, just fill the hole, fill the hole. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, just get something to eat, man. Stuff your belly and empty your mind with OTW.
I'm wearing the inside out. Wish I could play guitar like David Gilmour. He's amazing.
Neo,
might have
free
something.
your mind.
All right, I got something.
Nice. Kenny Given's gonna steal that MAGA hat from you, bro.
You're incredible too, OTW.
OTW, ladies and gentlemen. What a fucking maestro. That was fucking brilliant yet again, OTW. I'm so absolutely gobsmacked by your talent, brother.
Yeah, freaking amazing, man.
Thanks.
Have you been taking pointers from Steve Vai? Oh.
No, man. I'm self-taught.
Yeah.
I do have inspirations, obviously. You know, I've had Stevie Ray Vaughan as one of my inspirations. You know, Slash from Guns N' Roses, Eric Clapton. You know, Joe Bonamassa, Santana. You know, I've got so many different influences. I believe. You know, it's like I love them all. You know,
brilliant.
Oh, living, breathing, doing the
Comes
thing.
through. It all comes through in your playing.
This is all improv, and this is proof that there's a God. Just right there, you know. All of that
I'd agree with that definitively.
Nothing,
Definitively. Indisputably.
I didn't make any of that shit up while I was playing. It just came naturally, right?
Some people say that we are receptors for whatever we move towards. So you can move towards, for example, good or evil, and you will be then taken over by such energy. That is the actual free will that some people argue is there. You get to choose which side of the fence you're on, and then either side will control you depending on your choice. Maybe OTW, you're onto something. Maybe you're on the right side.
Yeah. I think our feelings are like directly connected to our spirit. And that's what binds us to our.
Brother, you're echoing, unfortunately, very badly yet. So you'll have to change your audio setup because we can't hear you great.
Hold on a second. Oh, it's because my mic is going into my mics. Hold on a second.
What did the fellow at the crossroads say? He'll pay you $5 to sing into a can. Old Soggy Bottom Boys, right? I am a man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my days.
Mantle Brit vibes with what I said there. So basically, it's the view that you're not necessarily in control of what you're doing day to day or in the moment. There's no other forces at play, but you get to decide which forces are at play. That's the view some people have that we are receptors for energy, and it's a kind of two-way process because we basically seek the energy that controls us. It's a view that some people have, and there you go. It's just something.
Does it make sense to you though, DNW?
Well, I mean,
jump off the fence a little bit.
Yeah. So that's better. Oh no, actually, I can hear myself echoing now. Still,
can't be coming from my end.
Okay, who else is on? No, it's stopped now. OTW, as I said, I am like a hard determinist. I find it hard to see free will because you can see the kind of psychology, you can see the neurochemistry, you can see the social causes, you can see the environmental factors causing people to be the way they are. Yes, sometimes people surprise us and do remarkable things, but was that in their nature to do that? It seems so to me. So I like to think, OTW, that we have some agency in matters, like that isn't totally beyond our controlling. And I like to think that, yes, what we put our mind towards, like whether it's good or evil, good or chaos, destruction or building, I like to think that has an effect and we're choosing. I like to think that, but
it is.
I can make arguments against it, but maybe there is something going on spiritually. Maybe we are antennae for something, and what we seek comes to us.
What you've just experienced with me right now was actually you were visualizing and hearing somebody experiencing free will.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, OTW, it was, look, I'm not going to take away from it. It's absolutely brilliant, okay? Clearly, you're very lucky to have such gifts. You do have gifts for the rest of us to enjoy. But, let's not neglect to say you've spent thousands upon thousands of hours. I imagine that type of playing takes probably 50,000 hours. It was
right.
Amazing.
It brings up the existential question of nurture versus nature, right? Is it something that's ingrained in the fabric, or
I mean, OTW, put it like this. Put it like this. When you started out, you weren't playing like that. That is the type of playing that has taken years of effort. And if we were to compare you and your first week playing the guitar to now, we would see that, you're saying there's outside forces giving you the music. If we compare and contrast both versions of you, it looks like it's coming from you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you mean. But the experience itself is when I like to call it the zone, right? for some reason, it's kind of, you're in the zone. You're like, and
It is a remarkable thing. Yeah, I
this
get what you're
place
saying.
is I believe is its source. For some reason, I don't know why. That's how I perceive it, because it's like you're just
You're like I believe it's what the youth
you're
or
along for the ride, and it's
the
amazing.
woo woo. Yeah, I believe it's what the woo woo people call downloading. It seems to be that you're downloading things from a higher power. It's working through you,
And it's in real time. It's not. There's no lag. It's it's actually the information and the action is actually being produced before I'm actually conscious of it be happening.
Yeah, but then again, OTW, do we like they do say that your thoughts happen in your brain before you're aware of them? Like, and there's actually a significant amount of time. It's quite shocking. I can't remember exactly the amount of time, but it is actually quite shocking. You make decisions well before you're consciously aware of them, apparently.
That's possible, but imagine if your body was able to function without the brain or whatever, the mind. It's like your mind,
Right, and that's what you're doing. You're dwelling in the thing.
The body is just the conduit. It's the instrument. It becomes the instrument. It's no longer your vessel. It's actually it becomes an instrument. It's different.
Yeah, that's what Bruce Lee would call real kung fu.
Right.
Thing,
exactly. Be the cup. That's that. Well, when I play, I am the guitar.
Yeah, you're at one with it.
Yeah.
It's there's no separation. You're immersed.
Exactly.
It's an immersive experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of, although I'm not a musician, it's kind of the same when you're in the flow state. Say if you're a comedian or you're on stage giving a speech, there is an immersion going on when you connect with the audience. You know, the words come into you, you say them, you connect with people, and there is this weird thing, and it's that kind of flow state, and it is something strange. It's very strange. You can almost feel the connection, and I'm sure OTW, you get that with your music. You can feel the connection the audience have with you.
Yeah, it's not almost. It's a direct feeling.
Yeah.
You're experiencing it. It's not even a feeling, because it's non-feeling, because you're not experiencing a physical thing. It's I guess a spiritual thing. You understand? It's
maybe it's like all the different nodes are on the same page. You know, all the different nodes of consciousness are suddenly connect. They're on the same page about something. In your case, it's music. In other people's cases, it may even be kicking a football. You know,
exactly.
Or saying the right thing. But for something happens when people connect, and it is magical.
Yeah, in all fairness, like I was able to play my jazz flute, along with OTW's guitar, because he was transmitting the thing and I was receiving it directly. And DNW, it seems you're able to do that here on Finding Gnosis with directing people towards that thing. Like, I re-listened to your show introduction, and fuck, man, it's beautiful. Like, I don't know who articulated or who created it. If it was you, I mean, hats off, man. But really,
You talk about it's just a way. It's just that's the whole kind of way the show has worked for quite some time. Just getting people to think about what matters and thinking about what they're saying and what they want to say, and hopefully,
what an idea.
Yeah, OTW, I'd just like to say thank you. When you were playing, it brought me back to when I used to live on the farm in Spain, and we would have a monthly jam session, and that flow, I haven't seen it in a long time, and I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Oh,
yeah, by the way, Frank,
my pleasure.
Frank, I couldn't interrupt OTW's flow. You were unfortunately muted, Frank, but we couldn't hear your flute. I know you're a brilliant flute player, so
no worries. Yeah.
Hopefully another time. But I could tell you were getting into it again. We couldn't tell you.
I was following his guitar. His guitar was expressing.
Yeah, could just see. In actual fact, weirdly, the kind of resonance of the music sometimes did make kind of flute-like noises, didn't it, OTW? I don't know if you heard that, but there was a kind of like at some points it did sound a little like not just like one note or two. You could hear something flute-like, which was interesting.
Isn't that the first music too?
yeah, I think I tend to hit a couple of frequencies that are
Yeah.
pretty piercing.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I wanted to mention is like when I started experiencing the zone in the beginning, I was kind of like afraid. I don't know if that makes any sense, right? In the beginning, when it started happening, when you start playing music and stuff like that, you hear the music, right? Obviously, you listen to it and everything, right? And when I was in the zone, I couldn't hear the music anymore. So that's where I'd actually make mistakes, right? Because I'd fumble out of the zone and then I wouldn't know where the hell I am. So the actual practice was to stay in the zone and trust trust whatever it is that's there and let it take you over. So
I mean,
do what it's supposed to do.
I think, guys, I'm trying to think of when I've had a feeling to write or create something, artistically. I used to do kind of funny sketches and I used to write some things even on the channel, but I've always done little things like that over my lifetime. Maybe sometimes I've done it more or less depending on where I'm at. But it's like, why do we do it? Why do we want to create? And I think if we're honest, it's not just for ourselves, but it's to connect to others. There is something there. And that's when the magic happens, isn't it, OTW? That's when you have an idea, you have a feeling, you want to share it somehow. That's the actual thing going on there, OTW, isn't it? It's
most likely that. I do agree because there's an innate part of me that I can't.
And you're rewarded for it. That's the reward. Yes. The reward is you get to that flow state, and you get to, and it is beautiful. It's a beautiful feeling. But again, if you don't feel like sharing it, giving your gift, or giving something to the world, you will struggle to be creative.
That does make sense. You're right. You know what? That's kind of like that's food for thought.
So maybe yeah. Again, look, OTW, you can get reductionist about this and say, yeah, it's just your DNA trying to impress others, show that you have social standing and attract a mate.
Being a musician is actually based on the kind of like in my experience, I work for the applause and not the money, right? It's the response afterwards, right? It's like what I offer is if it feels good to you and then you reciprocate that back to me at like tenfold, I'm humbled, right? So I'm put in my place, right? Because I'm not doing anything special, right? I'm just letting the creation.
Yeah, it shows the virtue of the thing, right?
But do you know what I like, OTW? I like that you improvise. I really like people who do a bit of jazz and improvisation and do their own thing because it comes from feeling. And sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I find it more rewarding to listen to that than someone playing a cover of someone else's work. Not because the cover isn't good. It's a good thing to be able to play someone else's work well, but it's just that it's a different animal. It's a different living thing, OTW, and it's coming from you. It's unique, and you'll never ever hear it quite the same again. It's living like us, and it won't be ever the same ever again, just like us.
Right. That was a one-time thing, and you guys were fortunate enough to hear it and experience it.
Yeah.
That's what makes it rare and valuable.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
guys, yes, guys, I want to say anybody else want to come on? There's a few in the live chat. Do come on, guys. Mandel, Britt, it'd be nice to have you back on the
reminded me of my old home when he was playing, and it sent me back, and it made me think of I want to see it. And if you want to see my old home, which was a beautiful place, I put the link in the private chat. So
okay, buddy. Well, be careful what you share in terms of private details, brother.
No, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Right, okay.
It's my old home. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I'll watch that later, but I got it.
Yeah, I'll watch it later as well. Thank you
Yeah,
for that.
it's only like 2 or 3 minutes long, and
Is
it
that in
was
Costa Rica?
no, no,
No, it
and
says
it
Oh,
it's
it's in
in.
Spain. It's in Spain. Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
and it was right at the beginning when we were full of hope and energy and all of that stuff, but just it the music kind of connected me to that time in my life. It was free and it was exciting, and
You've
so I
had an
really
interesting
enjoyed it.
life, Spec Man. You've had a very interesting life.
Oh, I've been extremely, very, very, very blessed.
Spec Man,
That
everything happens for a reason, buddy.
I hope so.
I'm telling you, this is all it's a full on simulation creation, and I think it's based on these particular moments, right? The rewards are greater than the chaos and the evil in the world. The biggest rewards are in the smallest containers.
That
Yeah,
is
and
true.
somehow
That is
it
true.
matters, right? Yeah, it really matters, man. Like it has an effect that's the ripples in the pond, right? There's the after effect as well. And so thank you for that, OTW.
Well,
yeah.
I'll say it again. You humble me. Thank you.
But once again, it was kind of like the whole vibe that kind of brought it about. It started with Kenny, who we know is a fantastic singer, whispering, and then it went through a whole journey, and it was a wonderful thing. And yeah, it will never happen again, lads. So enjoy that.
You know what? And you know what was going through my mind when I was watching these gentlemen sing? I was saying to myself, yeah, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me blow them.
Right.
It's like the
I'm gonna
door
fucking drop in
door
and tear
was
up the
wide
wave,
open. I had
baby.
to take
You
it.
ain't seen shit. Cut
Yeah.
back, floater, get tubed. Yeah, good magic.
It may never happen again, or it may happen again and again and again and again forever. Maybe we live in a block universe where it will always happen and always will be waiting to happen and will always have happened. Maybe there is eternal return where, given that things have happened as they are statistically 100% certain to happen again, given that the universe will return to its initial starting point at some time after, for example, the big heat death of everything. Maybe everything just keeps happening cyclically in the same fashion over and over again. Is that a pleasant thought or not?
Well, you know what that would mean? That would mean that you would actually reincarnate in yourself every single time. And if this has been happening for eternity, you've been here for a long time, DNW.
Well, I personally don't want that to be true. I personally don't want eternal return, but Nietzsche said you've got to live like that is the case, because if that is the case, you've got to take it seriously. Not only have you got to worry about your own life, but you've got to worry about your existence, rattling through eternity again and again and again. So try and make the most of it. Try and make it worthwhile. I suppose that's a good way of thinking. But yeah, I like to think that hopefully existence isn't cyclical. It doesn't just happen again in the same fashion again and again. Hopefully it just goes on and changes in different ways and doesn't necessarily go back to the exact same starting point. And hopefully there's a way out, OTW, to a better place, in my view, for each of us. Hopefully.
I think there's a Sorry, go ahead, man.
The Mayans used to talk about that. They used to talk about the short time cycle, the 13 within 20, and the long time cycle. And what they used to say is that cycle was like, do you know one of those, like a coil, like a bed spring?
Right.
But every single time that you did a full coil, it would go up a little tiny notch in frequency, and it would appear that you're traveling the same coil again. But every single time on certain distances, the frequency would slightly raise, if that makes sense.
So in other words,
Yeah.
you're traveling up a new coil.
Yeah, and from the Taoist perspective, like you're coiling those energies of chi around stated in a crass moment, the spermatozoa, as it were, the essential launching your rocket at the end of the thing, and just again, like Finnegan.
GTGT says if you don't want eternal return, you're going to have to wake up. Only the awakened are freed from the cycle. But that GTGT, that's I don't know if that's the case, because if you are awakened and you are freed, then other people wouldn't return, would they? Because clearly, if you remove one piece of the puzzle, it would be a different.
No, you could choose to stay. Once you've awakened, right, you're offered to leave.
Okay, well, look, we have OE, and I'm sure he has something interesting to say on the matter. OE, welcome back to Finding Gnosis. What would you like to say?
So, brother, I'm coming in blind. I just wanted to show some support. I see you got some really great people on your panel, yourself included. Frank Monday, who else is here? Specman, Ricardo. I don't know OTW that I don't think I do anyway, but I'm sure he's a.
You just missed a brilliant musical performance by OTW. He blew us away with a kind of blues improvisation. It was absolutely bloody amazing. I recommend you watch it when you can.
Oh, check it out, and I would recommend it. It sounds like you guys are talking about non-dualism. Is that what's going on? I don't even know what the topic is.
We just randomly got into like the possibility of eternal return. You know, so like given the fact that the universe happened and it has happened the way it has, if it does, you know, die, go towards a heat death, and then, you know, go back to its most basic components, there's probably a strong likelihood that it just happens again in the same fashion, you know, again and again. It just keeps repeating. Does that spook you? Is that something you think is plausible? What do you think?
No, I think I subscribe to quantum loop gravity theory myself, and I'm not a physicist, so my opinion on the matter doesn't mean shit. It just makes me sleep better at night. But yeah, I do think that makes the most sense. There's a couple of models that are really interesting when you look into physics. There's this what they call a false vacuum model, and in order for the model to work, it actually requires infinite time, right? So that's yeah. So there's some actually legitimate physicists that have this concept of eternal existence, the universe existing eternally, and this Big Bang, Big Bounce concept, or the rebound. Some people have called it the rubber band effect. If you're a deist, there's a really interesting Paul Davies wrote a great book on this called The Mind of God. Highly recommend reading it. It's a great read just in general. Even as an agnostic atheist, I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, so basically, you do believe that the looping effect is most plausible, most likely, that the fact that everything will just keep continuing to recycle in exactly the same way again and again forever.
In order for it to fail, then the laws of physics would have to fail. And while that's certainly logically possible, you know, I don't think we have any justifiable reason to think that is possible. You know what I mean? Just
so
to
what
say
do you
something
say to these? So that's unfortunately, guys, I am on the same page here. It does look that way. Now a lot of people here say that there is a way to break it, and that is you have to wake up. Only the awakened are freed from the cycle, and that's a kind of common view in the live chat here. Learn the lessons to break the loops. Look, I mean, if that is the case, as I've already said, if it's about learning lessons and that somehow prevents you from coming back here, well, then we must be in a kind of multiverse situation where, because if you don't come back, it's going to change the kind of, if you like, raw ingredients going into existence, and everything that caused you to be will have to be eviscerated, because, you know, and it wouldn't be just you that those things were caused. They were potentially connected to other things, you know, like the tree of life, that they had those dominoes were causing other things to happen as well. So the fabric of reality would be changed. So if what you're saying, guys, is true, that we're here to learn lessons, and if you learn a lesson, you get freed from the cycle, well, then it wouldn't be a case of eternal return. It would be a multiverse situation where every time someone learns a lesson, the universe eventually starts in a different way. But that would be happening all over the place. So it would just be, it'd be hard to imagine, but it would certainly be a multiverse situation, which I don't know.
I see it more like multi-simulation.
Multi-simulation?
Yeah, if that's a thing, because if you have a certain way of breaking that cycle, and it creates a new timeline, if you will, then, and if I look at it as a simulation, then it would actually just like that. It wouldn't actually change that simulation. It would just create a new one based on the new parameters. So I believe it's more or less like the simulation adjusting itself to the new parameters.
Yeah,
Does
but
that
you
make any
see,
sense?
a simulation of what though? I mean, like, I mean, as I said, some of the Gnostics believe that this place was a material effort of copying the spiritual realm, but like a simulation has to be based on something. What's it based on in your view, then, OTW? Or is it just
The
simulations?
experience that we are having is a projection of the mind. All is mind. So everything starts from the mind. So either you have something out there that's giving those signals and information to the mind for it to experience what's happening, the human experience. You understand? This is why there's undeniably a creator. You know, it's like you got the sunlight that's coming through your eyes, which is translated by your brain, and for some reason travels all the way to the back of your head, and then back to the front where your eyes, where you see. Right. So all of those things, your hearing, the way you touch things, the smell, all those senses it's all information. It's the environment communicating with the experiencer.
I hear what you're saying. Look, I hear what you're saying, but OTW, I mean, the other view is that we evolved from very basic forms up to interact with and to be nourished by and guided by our environment, and being alert to it and knowing it, understanding it, and seeing it was obviously very important to our survival. So some will say that you're just romanticizing and what is just basic evolution, and all it is we're life that has
it's easy
grown
to
in this strange
and it's easy to dismiss and call it basic evolution, but it's also the truth, right? It's also it's the reality of things.
Yeah,
right?
we have
You
two
look at it
states
through a
of
scientific lens. When you break it down to human biology, my argument stands, because you have no idea where the source of all the information that you conjured up in your mind got there. You have no explanation for it.
Well, there's some
No
fundamental problems with what you're saying.
You can't even explain to me
we
where
have,
you're
if we've evolved, if we evolved to exist in the world due to environmental pressures, which is what science says that has happened, it would look to you the same as if this environment was created for you. That's the problem you're running into.
That is the huge problem.
Well, wouldn't that be magnificent? Think about it. You know, if God really does exist, wouldn't that be freaking fantastic that he created all of this just for you? Wouldn't that show you how much he loves you?
I would say it would be horrible with all the cancer and the childhood suffering and the animal suffering. No, I would think that this God's a massive.
To you, you're basing your whatever it is on other people's experience. Is that what you're experiencing?
Yeah, I do, because I have empathy for these poor children. I actually go to the children's hospital. I actually volunteer my time and money to help to try to mitigate some of this suffering. It's absolutely part of my real lived experience. And you asked me if I thought it would be wonderful, and I'm telling you from my perspective, no, it would be horrible, horrific.
Well, it seems like you want to help people. Maybe you have a purpose.
Can I interject? I think that
I do have a purpose, brother. I give myself purpose.
That's
the only purpose you give yourself.
That doesn't mean that you haven't given yourself purpose even before
you purpose is yourself, correct?
If you look at it,
I'm sorry, brother. There was an echo. I didn't quite hear what you said. You asked me a question. I didn't quite hear what you said. I'm sorry.
You said you give yourself purpose. So the only person that gives you purpose is yourself, right? You're like, I am a person that wants to make an effect on all of humanity, or just in my community, or whatever range you want to do, right? You are the only one determining that, correct?
Yeah, all values are subjective. So I allow other people to have purpose in my life because I choose to do that. So my wife gives my life purpose and meaning because I allow her that position, that authority in my life. I bring her in willingly.
And that's a great antidote that you just gave. But, and you just said subjective, by the way, objective ethics. you're essentially saying that like the only person that gives you purpose in your life is yourself, correct?
I am the arbiter of purpose for my life. The
Yes.
only arbiter of purpose for my life. Right.
And by the way,
there's no objective purpose for my life, right? As a value, as a purpose. When we say purpose, like teleologically, right? That's all subjective.
okay.
So nihilism, while I subscribe to objective morality, so I'm not a nihilist because nihilism posits two things, right? There's no objective morality, which I reject. But what I accept from nihilism is that there's no objective purpose or meaning in life. We give life meaning.
Right. So those without God give meaning to their lives through themselves.
Exactly. That's what subjective means, right?
Yes, yes. And those with God give themselves meaning through God, right?
Through their belief in God. I don't think that God exists. So they again, yeah, subjectively they're seeing, yeah, just like a musician can give themselves meaning through their music or their poetry. A religious person can give their life meaning through their religious beliefs. A philosopher can do it through, mental, whatever mental heights they're trying to reach, so on and so forth. Scientists through science. We can all use different motivations for this meaning. And I think a religious person depending on the religion, theistic religious people, right? People who believe in this interactive God or this relationship with a God that interacts with the universe, this theistic God, they do ascribe meaning to that God, right?
And something that we can both find meaningful is that through self-virtue, the one that you're using, can be beneficial. And those that are going through theological ones also can be meaningful. There are other people that go through ones that aren't so good for humanity, correct? Right? So in a sense, the greatness for the universe is not based on whether you believe in God or not, but whether you're going for the same objective goal, correct?
I'm not understanding your question. I mean, I follow what you said about suffering, and I do think there can be a value in suffering. But again, that's going to be a subjective preference, right? Are you willing to overcome things and in order to attain the virtue of courage? I did a video. It's probably the thing I'm most proud of. It's called Courage Without Fear. You might look into it because I address this very thing. I'm not an anti-natalist because I believe that there's actually value that a person can extract from living and from experiencing certain and overcoming things. However, it's not for me to tell a child who has parents that refuse to give them vaccines, and as a result, they could have this terrible, terrible disease where their limbs have to be amputated. There's a particular story that's a true story about a doctor I know who had to amputate all 4 of a child's limbs specifically because their parents refused to vaccinate them. Right. So now you have this child with no arms and no legs that has to go through life. Is it for me to tell that child, hey, buck up, you're overcoming this terrible thing, your life is going to be so great because you're going to have so much courage? Well, no, that would be incredibly and insensitive of me to presume that I could even suggest that to somebody going through that, right?
Yeah, and I may have been a little bit abrupt on this because I did join the conversation very recently here. And I was actually trying to team up with you, Objective Ethics, against OTW because I'm not sure if his like view of this multi-universe and our free will. I thought you were making it.
No, I was basing free will off of what I had just presented as music, right? Because that's what I believe free will really is, right? It's the freedom of expression, right? And I was able to do that through, the guitar, the instrument, right? Which I actually was at the moment. I believe that there is a God, and it's not even a belief, it's a knowing, because he communicates in a certain way that people are kind of like oblivious to, right? And I tend to perceive that type of communication for some reason. And the proof of that was I was the only one here was able to make one of the gentlemen on panel time travel. And I believe only God has the power to do that, right? So he was using me as a vessel to have that gentleman go back through time and experience a moment in time that he hadn't even recalled or thought of in decades or years. So I think this is how God functions. This is how he works. This is how he communicates with us. But we tend to want to believe, a bunch of books and a bunch of stories instead of just experiencing life and this God-given creation that he made for us, and not cry about the job that you're doing because you, like you say, are the one who decides what you want to do in life. So you can choose to not do that and feel sorry for other people and actually experience your life and do something beneficial for yourself, because in a sense, this is your life and God agrees with everything you do. So if you want to do that and complain about it, he'll say yes. God is always all yes to everything you think and do. Right? Even the negative things. So that's how much he loves you. That's
So I'm trying to hold myself back here for conversation because I don't want to derail the conversation that you guys were having before. But I do not believe that God approves of everything we do. If he gave us free will, he gave it to us because he loved us, right? He said, I don't want to make you love us. He said, I want to let you have the option to love us, right? And I'm hesitant. Please, DW, like, tell me.
You can't love something that you don't know. You can't love something you don't know.
Right now, because I do not want to derail the conversation.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. Say what you feel needs to be said, Vibe. That's what we're all about. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my point being is that, I mean, if God gave us free will, the free will, right, to love, like, because everybody's like, okay, this is the atheist's biggest counterpoint on all of us. They're like, why is there murder? Why do babies die? Why do these bad things happen? Well, if God just said, you know what, I want to make a perfect world and I just want to create a bunch of humans that worship me and love me, he could have created those, right? But instead, as what we say as Christians, we had a loving God that said, you know what, I'm going to give them the choice to do all these horrible things. I'm going to let horrible things happen, and I'm going to let them create those horrible things. I'm going to let them choose whether they do or do not, right? And this is always what the atheists use against us is, well, people murder people. God could have stopped that. Yeah, he could have, but if he did stop that, then he would be stopping our own free will, whether we choose or choose not to love that guy, right? So, like, it's kind of this back and forth that we constantly keep on doing. But, I mean, what I was kind of doing with objective ethics is that at the same time, I also will admit, even though I want my fellow atheists to come to my, like, come see what is happening in my life and the things that have happened in my life since, like, through my church and my family and all these things and how wonderful, like, things really have turned out. And by the way, this is prophecy. It's not good, but there is a lot to be said when you actually just talk to God every day for the prosperity of humanity, that we're doing good things.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, and I don't want to go too far beyond what Speckman had said in the comments, because it was related to how the conversation when I jumped in talking about cosmology. And Speckman, the one thing I would say, just to put a pin in that, is that there is no necessarily first universe, and to try to conceptualize this, think of a point on a circle in physics, that the zero plane, right? If there's actually 11 planes, like a string theory, for example, right? Imagine the zero plane is a point, and it's not a physical point. It does not require any space or time whatsoever. It's a location, and it's hard to conceptualize this because our brain always thinks temporally and spatially, but it's not. It's just simply location. So there's no first universe in this eternal universe, this eternal cycle of existences. And I know that's tough, but that's how I'd answer that. As far as what you're saying, brother Vibe, about this free will thing at OTW.
You didn't even give me a chance to rebut you. Like, you'd said the be all, and it doesn't matter. I love you, objective, but I know for a fact that that's not the final word on the subject, and even the most prominent physicists don't think so. So.
Yeah, there's this interesting theory, right? In the sense that, like, if you're going to do like a mind thought experiment, right? Just a mind thought experiment, right? Let's just say that, okay, so there's two possibilities here. There's this random occurrence that the universe came into existence, or there's a God that created it and it came into existence. Occam's razor would actually shave off both of those theories and just say nothing should have ever come into existence. But something came into existence. That's the crazy part, right? So my theory of me having a God and your theory of that there is no God and the universe just happened, Occam's razor actually shaves off both of our theories, which says both of our theories are freaking crazy and shouldn't have ever happened in the first place.
It's funny you say universe, because I believe the creation reveals itself in the word, right? And it's using a musical term, which, you know, a verse is something that you guys were actually singing about half an hour ago. You understand? So this universe that you're talking about sounds to me like one chord or one song or one verse, right?
Yeah, but I mean, my point really being, which I think you might have missed a little bit, OTW, is that the claim of the universe coming from nothing, when Occam's razor says there actually should be nothing, and the claim that actually there was no God or anything like that, both are improbable, and neither of us can prove this, right?
Forget Occam's razor. Physics says it's impossible.
Exactly, right? So we've got this crazy thing that happened, and we're all here. We're having a conversation, so we know it happened. It happened 100%. We're all here. Whether it's a God or not, we'll all figure that out eventually, or we won't. If we don't have a God, we won't figure it out. If we have a God, we'll figure it out.
Right, exactly.
It's like,
there's two different things that we're talking about. Hold on, guys. There's two different things, and there's a completely unrelated. You've got the universe's existence, and you've got the free will thing. The universe doesn't. Nobody says the universe. Nobody says the universe came.
I have to run away for a second, so I'm not going to hear it. I have an Amazon guy at the door, but I really want to hear what you say. But keep on talking. I apologize. I'm just going to mute for like 30 seconds.
No worries, brother. Nobody says the universe came from nothing. This is a common. I think it's poisoning the well. I think it's being done intentionally by a lot of people. I'm not saying that Vibe has malicious intent here. Maybe he's just ignorant of what really cosmology says. But there's no cosmological model that really that's taken seriously. The majority of cosmologists say the universe is somehow eternal, and there's different models for that. As I mentioned before, Vibe got on here, right? So, like I said, like false vacuum theory, for example, requires infinite time. And I'm not going to get into all that, but at any rate, the point of it is that you can't get something from nothing, right? So nobody says there was nothing. There was a quantum field. That's essentially what most people think caused the Big Bang, but the quantum field isn't nothing. As far as the free will thing, though, and the thing that engages with what Vibe was talking about and what OTW is talking about, I totally respect the fact that religion can do wonderful things for people. Their beliefs alone motivate them to do good things, right? In fact, I've said before that there are a number of people who are alive today. The only reason they don't have somebody locked in their basement is because they believe there's an invisible wizard in the sky who gets angry at somebody for locking a person in their basement. The only thing that keeps them in check. They do not have a basis of a moral compass to keep themselves in check. It's a fear factor. They think there's some.
I am not religious, sir. I do not follow any sect.
I didn't say you were. I'm talking about. I didn't say you were. I'm talking about what Vibe said. Okay, about his beliefs and how they've made a change. Because we're talking about free will. So I'll get to that in a second, OTW. But I'm responding directly to what Vibe said about how religion could do wonderful things for people, and I agree that religion can do wonderful things for people. I've seen people get off of drugs and alcohol because they believe there's power in God to help them do that. But I've seen people from a number of different religions who accomplish that same thing, believing in different gods. And so I agree that there can be good things. I also have said before that I'm not an anti-theist yet, although I'm moving that direction, but I'm not an anti-theist because I know that statistically, religious organizations account for over 85% of all the international nonprofit effort, right? Globally speaking. So we know that people who believe in this God do good things for other people, specifically because of their religious beliefs. Belief can be a motivator to do a tremendous amount of good or bad. There doesn't have to be any truth behind the belief whatsoever. It's whether or not the person believes it. That's what motivates them, in my opinion. Now, I'm not saying that is evidence that God doesn't exist, but I'm just saying that just because somebody believes something and it has a positive effect in their life, doesn't move the needle for me one bit, right? I'm looking for evidence or a sound argument that comes from a valid syllogism or something like that. One of the two things, either empirical evidence or a sound argument. And until a theistic model can come up with that, then it's all just a bunch of nonsense, in my opinion. I think that people would be better served by focusing on secular humanism and by focusing on the scientific method and using that to actually make the world a better place.
See, I agree with you 100%, right? We have to have 100% like remove all the nonsense and actually agree that there is a variable that's called X. The variable called X is in science, it's called X, right? So these are scientists, they're both Christian and non-Christian scientists just struggling to figure out what does X mean, right? Now, Christians go, well, X is something that God created that we haven't figured out yet. Scientists go, X is something that we haven't figured out yet, and there is no God. But we all, both Christians and non-Christians, are all struggling to figure out what X is. And I personally think, as a Christian, when we do get closer and closer to all the X's, because we've actually solved a lot of X's, but we still have an infinite amount of X's to solve, that God goes, because he said he created us in his image. He gets more and more excited. He's like, you're getting closer and closer to us.
This is the problem with the world. Everybody that believes in God, and I'm one of them, right? They put God before everything else. God doesn't care if you put science before it. It really doesn't. It's got nothing to do with anybody else but you. You have your relationship with God.
There you go. Thank you very much.
You find common purpose with other people that have a similar relationship to God. But your relationship to God isn't doing as much good as people think. You sure? I mean,
Okay, so I agree with you also.
Yeah.
Spec Man. That is actually a really good point, and thank you for putting me on point. I mean, actually, not even putting me on point, calling me out. Right? I agree with you 100%. Right? I think it's like when we're looking at how we can make ourselves the best, and we have a good, we have a objective, right? And this is where objective ethics and I actually fight, where we have an objective set of rules that we know we're trying to make ourselves better too. We do our best, right? And that should be the focus. And I think Specman, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what you're pointing out. Like all my speculation and throwing all these X's and science and God, X being God and all these things makes no difference. It really all has to do with you being the best person you can be.
Yeah, and objective ethics knows me. I stand for God. I think my life is better with a God. I understand that other people think that their life is less confusing, if they just don't have one. But if that prevents us from doing the things to make life more livable now, then God becomes a problem and not a plus. Do you
And
see what I mean?
let me throw this out to objective ethics, right? So I've talked to him a couple times now. I think 3 times. I think he's a good guy, and I'd hang out with him. I'd camp with him, climb a mountain with him. I don't hate this guy, right? I think he's a pretty good guy. I really like his mind. I think he's intelligent. But is he going to hell? That man.
That's between him and him, It's like we can't affect that. Even if God is sitting right next to me right now and that's the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to be. But I know that objective ethics, even if he had it, and there is a heaven, he's going because he's one of the good ones.
Yeah, he's a good guy, but even Specman now. So you're not a Christian.
Absolutely not. I think, and I'm gonna say Abrahamic religions. I believe that Abrahamic religions have caused just as much chaos and damage as they have good.
Yeah, I can't disagree, but I can disagree and agree a little bit. Yeah, so we have used our religion to prosecute and cause wars, do lots of things. But I actually looked in the whole history of like humanity. We've actually caused less of them than all of mankind in disagreements. So disagreements are something that happen naturally through humanity. There have been tons of wars between disagreements, and if you actually equate all the wars that we have records of, Christianity actually isn't the number one. It's just disagreements, really. It just comes out of disagreements. So you can go, hey, well, 48% of them were Christian, but if 48% of the world was Christian, then of course they're going to be that way. It's not an actual attribute to people being dumb.
I have a better way of explaining it. If you take all of the Abrahamic faiths, the 10,000 separate denomination sects, they make up more than half of the planet. If being an Abrahamic person was so good and they make up half of the planet, why is the world not better than it is?
It only takes one person to murder somebody to fucking ruin the world.
And men of God murder. I mean, in English history, the first guy that brought the word of God to the people so that they could understand it in English, what did the church do?
All right, we have to look at our sequences of where Christianity has gone, right? So we know the Spanish Inquisition. Was that Spanish Inquisition, good or bad?
Bad.
Absolutely, right? Was it Christian?
It was Abrahamic.
It was Abrahamic and it was Christian, right? Very bad. Blemish. Huge blemish. I have to admit that. It happened. Was it part of what the Christians believe that are in the Western society right now? 100% not. Do we look at that and do we go, do we make excuses? No, we don't. When we're using the Bible to justify slavery in the United States, do the Christians you talk to today go, yes, that was justified because the Bible said so? They said no. They freaking took the Old Testament, they put it out of context, and they misused it.
But look at our perfect example, objective ethics. He would agree with you, and he didn't come to any of those decisions via any religion. He's just a good guy, and I've been speaking with him. I've been thinking, I secretly I don't believe that there are people that don't believe in the notion of God. Yet he truly doesn't, and he is as good a man as any I've ever known.
Is it just me? Am I cutting out, or is it Spec?
Oh, we hear you, man.
Oh, I think it's me.
Was it me? Is it that you can't hear my answers?
I'm going to jump out and come back in.
Well, StreamYard's awesome audio management.
I still find that religion actually does more to divide us than it does to unite us.
I agree.
And I think that, you know, God should be the thing that you have quietly in your heart, quietly in your home, maybe a little bit louder in your church. But in general speaking, I think that I say that physics is the language of God, and we should abide by the language of physics.
I might disagree with that last part, though. I don't think physics is a language of God. I think that's another human construct.
And I'm totally okay with that.
Where I'd like to push back a little bit, and Spec-Man, my wife was elbowing me saying that I should say thank you very much for the kind words, brother. I do appreciate that. It's humbling to have anybody say something nice about somebody else, and I do appreciate that you've spoken very kindly about me, and I'm very grateful for that, and thank you for that, brother. OTW, the one thing I did want to address, because you mentioned the free will thing, you mentioned this fundamental consciousness and light, you know, how it goes back, it tracks through the nervous system to the optic cortex in the brain. We have physical properties that explain all of those elements. We don't need any kind of fundamental consciousness to explain any of that. Free will could be obtained if this God character existed and wanted to allow us to exist and to choose freely. You could have free will and still not have cancer. You could have free will and not have child suffering. You could have free will and where a person could make a decision, and anytime they made a free will decision to harm another person, a magic bubble popped up and actually prohibited the action itself, but the action could be attempted to take place, right? So you could still allow free will in a number of different logical scenarios without allowing suffering. Free will is not required for earthquakes to happen, flooding zones, all these different things that we could look at and say, you could have free will and not have any of that stuff. We don't need to have free will and have tigers eating deer, right? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. You could have free will without tigers eating deer, for example. So the whole free will concept just doesn't hold any water as far as an argument for me, not to mention the fact that free will, libertarian free will, cannot be demonstrated. And every time I hear somebody talk about free will, I always ask the same question and I never get an answer. Can you give me a falsifiable definition of free will that's not also included in compatibilism or hard determinism?
Well, I believe free will is just you being able to shape your reality to your liking.
So that's called decision making, which is included in both compatibilistic models and hard determinism models. So can you give me a definition that's not included in either one of those that's also falsifiable? Because how are we going to determine what you just said to be true or not? It's an assertion, and it's also happens to be an assertion that is allowed in both other models. So it doesn't meet the standard for what I'm asking.
So what are you asking?
So I can give you a falsifiable definition of the color red versus the color blue, right?
Okay.
I could give you a falsifiable definition for gravity versus anti-gravity, so on and so forth. So can you give me something that's falsifiable, something that we can test, observe, test, and measure that justifies the statement that this libertarian free will exists without saying something like, oh, we could just make choices that shape our existence, because that's allowed in both.
Take a look at the human condition. That you guys talk about all of these things that are happening in the world, but they wouldn't happen if humans weren't present, right? You understand? If we weren't here to have ourselves do these things to ourselves, none of this would, this conversation wouldn't even be happening. That's the free will. It's like the free will to do whatever the fuck you want. Right? It's pretty much that's how it works. Like if you look at this jungle of a world that we live in, it's like the strongest survive. And this is how this reality is built. I don't believe it has anything to do about what God will let happen and not let happen, right? It's like, what you're telling me you're gonna start an ant farm, and if they decide to separate into two colonies and they start going to war with each other, that you're gonna stop that? Or you're just gonna let everything play out naturally, like nature is designed to play out?
So if it plays out as nature has designed it, then there's no need for free will for that. And to say that humans need to be here for a human experience seems kind of circular, and I don't mean to be rude when I say nonsensical, but I don't understand where that gets you from even point A to point B.
It has nothing to do with everybody else's experience. It actually has everything to do with your own experience. Right? It's a completely egotistical view, right? Like everything that's happening in my life is happening for me, or I actually manifested that into my life by just thinking about it, right? Or believing, because belief is a very strong and powerful. The belief is so powerful, guys. It has such power. It's mind blowing, and it can be used to manifest your desires. The dream life that you would like to have. You have the free will to do that, right? Now, obviously, if there's a bunch of individuals that have been indoctrinated into thinking that they don't have this power and haven't been taught to cultivate that type of thinking and doing, then you'll have a world that's chaotic like this one. Right, where the powers that be take over the education system, they take over the spiritual realm and turn the spiritual realm into a religion, which
hold on. Let me just
divides
address. Let me just
massive
address one point. Hold on.
and
Let me
is
just
used to
address one
control
point at a
and
time, brother.
brainwash people.
Let
But
me.
I was
Don't Gish
speaking. You're
Gallop, please.
literally interrupting me, though.
I know. I know. You're speaking. I'm not trying to be rude, but I want to address what you're saying one point at a time. If you
Right, go
throw
ahead.
50 different points at me at once, then you know what I'm saying. I just want to be respectful to you and actually address what you're saying to me. And I can't follow everything if you throw too much at me because I'm an old man. So forgive me.
Carry
When you
on.
say that this coercion is one of the arguments against free will, and I would also say that it's been demonstrated that we cannot control what we believe. Right. So while belief is extremely powerful, we don't choose what we believe. We only are exposed to certain pieces of information, and whatever we are convinced by, we are convinced by, but we don't choose what we are convinced by. Like you cannot walk outside right now, look up at the sun, and then convince yourself that sun doesn't exist. You're a very intelligent person. I can tell by talking to you. You cannot convince yourself that you're a purple dragon that farts pink, farts rainbows. You can't do it.
Obviously,
because
that's
you
also
know better.
ridiculous. Yeah, but yeah, I know.
It is
but it's
ridiculous.
also
That's the point.
ridiculous.
The point is that you just cannot. No matter how much free will you throw at this, you cannot do it.
I beg to differ. I believe that there's intent behind it. There's belief involved. There's like a recipe, right? And there's also action, and there's different things that need to be done for that thing to manifest in your life, right? There's a process and I believe that we were brought up to believe in things that aren't true about ourselves. We weren't brought up to understand our human condition and what we are actually here and meant to do and what's our place in this realm. We've been fed a bunch of bullshit and garbage throughout our whole lives.
Yeah. And the processes that you're talking about, these natural processes, are explained with how bioelectric signals work with biochemicals, right? That's perfectly explained in a physical universe. I'm not even a physicalist. I'm a naturalist, but there are some physical properties that I ascribe to, right? As I would define myself as a phenomenological realist, right? So I do believe there's an objective world that exists out there. These biochemical processes and the interaction with bioelectrical signals explains these phenomenon of qualia and intention and belief and all these other things. The other thing is you keep talking about these environments that people are raised in, and that's again an argument against this free will. We are raised in particular environments, which is why if you're raised in a Christian family, the chances are that you're going to become a Christian. If you're raised in a Muslim family, chances are you're going to become a Muslim. That's why over 90% of the people in the world are religious, because they are raised by people who, from the beginning of time, believed in these supernatural events, and we have not shaken ourselves of this very effectively.
I understand what you're saying, and my response to that is, I believe that like Speckman was saying, that the relationship with what we call is God, I guess because it's the most familiar term. I like to call him the painter, but hey, that's my thing. But yeah. It's a personal, individual relationship that you experience only when you've gone through the fear of God, right? And there too is another. It is hard to explain because there is no scientific terminology for this experience, right? It's probably some biochemical process that's going on in your brain. Obviously, there's something going on biologically speaking when these things are happening, right? Because your body is a direct reflection of the spiritual realm, if you want to, I'm using my terms. So if that's the case, everything that you're experiencing is literally a projection of your own will. Right.
I have just one last question, and then I want to bring the new people in to the conversation. I just have one last question for you to consider. What criteria do you have to separate things that you have imagined in your own mind and invented in your own mind from this personal relationship that you have that's only accessible through your beliefs?
No, it's not accessible through a belief. It's accessible through fear. The fear of God. That this, what they call in this, because I was born Catholic, right? This is like my background. But since I hit 40 years old, I had an awakening, all right? I had some sort of experience where my mind opened up to the cosmos, if you will, or something happened there, right? Where all of a sudden I became like smarter than I ever been in my whole life. And I learned things that I've never even read. I knew things that I'd never even studied. You understand? I upgraded in one blow, and it all happened through the fear of God. At that particular moment, the God in question reveals himself to you. And that's what happened. God had revealed himself. Because if you turn over every stone, eventually you will meet God, right? But if you don't, then you know, I guess you stay asleep. I don't know how else to explain it, right? So once that you have that experience and you fear God for the first time, because you don't know what fearing God is until you've actually feared God. Because once God reveals himself, believe you me, you're going to be scared like you've never been scared. There's nothing in this world that can be scarier, right? But you know, obviously you're humbled instantly. And then there's like this overwhelming sense of nurturing, like as if there's nothing to worry about. You understand? There's nothing to worry about. God's not there to hurt you, right? He's just showing you that, yo, I'm here, man. Right? And once you've seen and understood that, the rest of it, the veil lifts. The veil that they talk about in the Bible, it lifts. Then you see pretty much the truth in everything. Like no more, the lies cannot touch you anymore. So this is my spiritual, you know, experience. This is my awakening. This is me experiencing God for the first time, and no longer believing in something, but knowing that he is really there. And saying he is a big word, right? Because it's not a he. It's nor male nor female. It's the I am. That's the best way I can put it. It's the ultimate I am. It's source code. It's
You believe in rationality?
Of course.
Then you believe in free will, because you cannot have free will without rationality, and you cannot have rationality without free will. It's impossible.
I don't disagree on that point.
Okay. I thought someone was disagreeing that free will exists.
Okay, well, I was actually.
I do disagree that free will exists. It can't be demonstrated, and so far I haven't heard even a definition for free will that's falsifiable, and that isn't also included in compatibilism or hard determinism. So, okay, if you can be the first one, maybe give me a definition of libertarian free will without including something that's allowed in compatibilism or hard determinism, and something that's falsifiable, something that we can test and measure.
You know what? It's like trying to explain to somebody, you know, to a blind man, what a dog looks like.
The ability to choose otherwise.
So choice is actually allowed in compatibilism and hard determinism. And I would encourage you to read Robert Sapolsky for a really good explanation of how it works with hard determinism.
So you don't believe in rationality then?
Hi, Raz, are you back?
He's a hardcore science believer, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Of course I believe in rationality. I believe that objective morality obtains through empathy and reason. So yeah, I believe in rationality. I also believe in a person's ability to reason, because I'm a compatibilist. Reason is one of the reasons I think that we can argue for compatibilism over hard determinism. But libertarian free will is incoherent as a concept. It doesn't map onto the world that we observe.
I find it so fascinating that humans need to put a sticker on everything.
No, I thought you were a determinist. But
how can you name the nameless, right?
What? Name the what?
I said, how can you name the nameless?
By giving it a name?
So that is that why we call God God? Because he's nameless. We can't name him. We can't see him. We don't know what he's doing, when he's doing it.
Are we doing that?
God is a redundant term. It has no meaning. It's just whatever you ascribe to it. If you ask a Hindu what God is, he'll tell you it's this. If you ask a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew, they'll tell you it's this. If you ask an animist or a polytheist, they'll give you a different definition. So God is a redundant term.
How could you be rational and not be able to choose whether something is true or false?
That's one. You could still choose with compatibilism and hard determinism. And you said that something about, I don't know if it was you, brother, but somebody said that the ability to choose otherwise, that's unfalsifiable. How are you going to determine whether or not you could have chosen otherwise without being able to go back in time?
The ability to choose otherwise just means that you can have the ability to choose between this is false and this is true, and I'm going to choose true because I want to choose true. Otherwise, you don't have rationality.
Yeah, but saying that because you want to choose what's true, it's great, right? But there's, again, the ability to choose is allowed in both definitions of compatibilism and hard determinism. So what unique definition can you give to libertarian free will that's not also allowed? Because if that definition is allowed in both compatibilism and hard determinism, it can't be the thing that separates free will from those other two models. There's got to be something unique within this libertarian free will concept that separates it, that's not allowed in the other two models, and it's got to be falsifiable. If we say I could have chosen otherwise, how do we test that? We can't test that without actually going, excuse me, going back in time to then make a different choice. So there's got to be something falsifiable, or you can make a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion, right? Because I'm not a materialist in that regard. I do believe there's two ways we can know things, and through philosophy is a great way to know things that we can't test with the scientific method. But you've got to convince me, you've got to come up with a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion.
Well, usually what I do is I use biology, right? I get you through biology, but that's a whole nother show. You know what I mean? That's like one hell of a conversation, bro.
Are you choosing to be rational right now, or
Absolutely rational.
you're choosing that?
Yes. Well, because that's
Over-
the form of communication that objective ethics communicates through. So if you don't come up with something rational to explain the unexplainable, then he you know, obviously you won't be able to communicate with him. So there is a way, you know, because there's many roads that lead to Rome. And I know that through biology, there is a way to show, literally show, how the body functions. You know, all of the body and how it relates directly to the spiritual world.
The majority of
How did you-
neuroscientists, my understanding, when you talk about biology, the significant majority of neuroscientists are either fall into the compatibilist or hard determinist model. Most neuroscientists reject this concept of libertarian free will because basically the definition of libertarian free will, the way I understand it philosophically and scientifically, is it's the ability to make decisions free of any external cause or influence. And that's just not possible. We just cannot demonstrate that to ever happen. All of our decisions are influenced by something external, and they consider these biochemical signals with interacting with the biochemical elements interacting with bioelectrical signals as an external concept, right? It's a physical concept that affects these decisions. So if biology is the key, and I agree with you, by the way, that biology is a great way to test this, biologists reject this libertarian free will.
And also,
Right.
how did you draw that conclusion that biology leads you to the spiritual world?
Well, when you take the time to actually, like I said, you know, through the awakening, your eyes are opened up to what I think is the truth, right? I'll say that this way because it might not be your truth, right? And I'm very aware and conscious of that. So what happens is you start understanding stuff more. It's simpler, like as if these, like the pattern recognition just took steroids. And you see, I started seeing patterns in all of the different religions, right? And all of their scriptures and the correlations that they had. And it all brought me back to human biology, because for some reason I ended up understanding that all of these books weren't historical books, right? That they were all encoded with another message that's embedded into it. And it's actually kind of like a time capsule, right? And it's kind of like meant only for the ones that are meant to see it when the time is right. So I guess this is what I'm saying, man. I'm just saying that the time was right for me. And at that particular point, and from that point on till now, I have like this discernment when it comes to scriptures, anyone. And even actually beyond that, I believe that the ones that, you know, have created Hollywood and are all of our entertainment, the whole entertainment industry is based off of the truth of what the scriptures are saying, that's encoded in these books, which is mind-blowing to me, because I believe this is how they're able to avoid the karmic backlash that it would have if they didn't reveal the truth in the first place, which
Finally, I have something to contribute.
A magical realm and no longer some sort of physical realm that you keep pushing because you want to stay in the state of scientific realism.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Are you aware that we know due to science, or let's say by our biological understanding of the brain, that depending on where you're struck with a concussive force, certain faculties will be damaged and become defective? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So if you're saying that biology or our understanding of biology leads you to the spirit world, I would argue the opposite. Many
and then
people
I actually come right away with a cancer. Hold on a second. I'm going to cut you
no,
off. Right.
wait. No, don't cut me off. This is the problem. Don't cut me off. Let me just finish my point, then you can respond, right? Because I was patient to listen to your point, so you can listen to mine, right? So basically, a lot of people who call them spiritualists, who believe in the soul or some type of ethereal substance that is that they wouldn't necessarily call consciousness, or I would call it consciousness, being an epiphenomenon. But would you say that you believe in a soul, something that's ethereal? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
I have proof. I have proof.
So okay, I'm gonna let you get onto that in a second. Let me just finish the point. No.
I'm gonna forget.
No, we're staying on subject, man.
Very long-winded. I already got
you have a small attention span. I'm not long-winded. You have a small attention span. So listen carefully.
I've already got your point before you finish.
Listen carefully. I'm making a coherent fucking argument, something that you spiritualists don't like. Okay, listen fucking carefully. All right. So based on the fact that we know that certain areas of the brain, if they're damaged, right, it will affect your cognitive abilities and also your faculties like eyesight, left side of the brain, right side of the brain. So no, it's not false because it can be demonstrated. So where does a soul play into that? Go ahead.
Here we go.
I have proof. There is a YouTuber called Lucid Dream who blew his bloody fucking head off. Half of his freaking mind is gone. Like the whole left or right side is completely blown off. And he's still coherent, still does live streams, and he showed up on my panel with half of his head not there anymore. And he was completely coherent.
Yeah, we know that neuroplasticity is a thing. We know that scientifically that neuroplasticity is a thing. That doesn't mean that we can't affect the brain or affect consciousness and what Roz is talking about here by affecting the brain. There's been a number of different scientific studies on this. Split brain patient studies is a great thing to look into. But yeah, of course we understand neuroplasticity is a thing. That doesn't refute what Roz is saying, though.
Thank you. And it doesn't prove the existence of a soul or anything ethereal. That's my point.
It is kind of a miracle.
So you're just using a word salad argument, basically. You're just throwing spiritual mumbo jumbo words.
Well, you're spitting out scientific mumbo jumbo pseudoscience Rothschild education shit, you know, and you're fed by NASA, right?
Oh, I like that. I like that.
I can't. OE, brother, you know what, OE? I can see, yeah, you're much more intelligent than me, but I don't know how to get through to these guys. Did you hear what he just said?
I think Raz, I feel insulted by your words as well, but that's okay. I love you.
Well, you fucking think that you can land onto and start asteroid mining. So good luck to you, and you don't even have the calculus, so you can't tell me anything in this respect. So you would be insulted by my logic and rationale. But yeah.
It's not that I would be; it's just that I am.
I'll let OE take over, man, because after what that guy said, like, I know who I'm dealing with. So OE, brother, I'll leave it to you, man. You're much more eloquent and smarter than me, bro.
It says in the Bible that you have to empty your cup before you fill it again. So your cup is full, and it's probably full of lies. And
that reminds me of what I wanted to say.
It makes you believe in a reality that's actually fictional and it doesn't really exist, right?
That reminds me of what I wanted to say. I would rather have a good man that believes in God standing right in front of me than listen to a man that believed in God 3,000 years ago. That's what I wanted to say.
Anybody has evidence that material reality exists?
That's a good question.
Was it for me? Because it's kind of funny to me, the arguments that people make today, no matter what they are, they've been filtered through 3,000 years of history, 3,000 years of conversation, 3,000 years of agreements and disagreements. Why so many people place their entire existence in something that was written 3,000 years ago?
Right.
It's beyond me.
Well, you'll have to ask the guys who are talking about the Bible here. You'll have to ask the Bible people that, not me.
It was for mass control. It was obviously to brainwash and control people. If you have them believing that there is a heaven and a hell, and if you don't listen to the church, because they're the interpreters of God's message, because they for some reason gave themselves that title, through some other reason, then you have a bunch of people that don't really have a choice, and they are fed the information that the people that are reigning over them are giving them, because you got to think of this like the ones that won whatever war are the ones who write the history, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that it was the good guys that won the wars, right? So it wouldn't be that far-fetched to believe that all of that is a deception. Everything is just to keep you confused, and that serves a purpose for them, because while you're dazed and confused, you're not looking to why you're dazed and confused. You're not looking at the reason, and the reason is, oh shit, I was deceived all my life. Holy fuck.
But something is not less true because it's old or 3,000 years old, because 2 + 2 = 4 was true 3,000 years ago. It doesn't matter how old it is. If it's true or not is the thing to matter.
In a world of lies, the truth is the enemy.
You guys can pivot to whatever you'd like. D&W had to go to bed, so I hopped on for him. So, yeah, keep things in their natural flow. If you want to talk longer, or anybody else wants to come up for a little bit longer.
So I have an argument for God's existence.
Go ahead.
Okay, we all agree that something has always existed, because the opposite, that nothing ever existed or no reality ever existed, is impossible, because something exists right now. Correct?
That would make sense. Yes.
So something has always existed.
Yeah.
That's something that always existed must have some kind of causal ability or capacity or power in order to cause to exist what doesn't always exist. Correct?
I'm not sure. I could presume so.
Yeah,
but I'm-
I'll grant both those.
Okay. Therefore, this always existing reality is infinite by definition, because always existing and infinite is the same thing. And
right.
therefore, this power, that this infinite
Nothing
being,
is infinite.
if it's always existing, it never had a beginning or never had an end. It's infinite.
Well, you're talking about eternal, but fine. You're just repeating premise number one.
No, I was
go ahead.
answering. So the power must be according to its nature. If it's infinite, always existing, it must have all power. And if it has all power, it must have all powers. It must have the ability to have all powers, including the power of speech, the power of
No,
knowledge,
no.
the
I
power of
reject
mind.
that. Nope. That doesn't hold up.
Then it's
Yeah,
not.
I
then it's
I
not
thought
always
you
I
would
actually
me
think
too.
I actually think that we should always start all of these conversations that at the end of everything that the person has said, if it's supposed to lead us all back to Jesus, can they please not say it?
Let's let Cougar jump in here. He just hopped on the stage. Nice to see you, Cougar.
Yeah, hi, Emily. Thanks. I'm not sure I have much to say. I usually come on here maybe to answer questions or something, or if someone wants to know what I think. I think in general, this entire conversation is a form of human mental masturbation. We are constantly trying to assert our domination over the world, or assert our importance, or assert our wisdom, or something like that. And people just aren't that wise. Religions were made by people who were not that smart, who were just guessing, who were trying to figure out where lightning came from and why children died when they shouldn't have, or why there's evil in the world. And it gets really complicated. The religions are not even internally consistent, and then they become more complicated trying to deal with their internal inconsistencies. And more recently, we've been dealing with reality, certainly since the Renaissance, and using the scientific method. And I think there's enough reality to keep the human mind occupied and to answer a lot of our lingering questions about why bad things happen to good people, if you have to tell to do that. Quantum science and quantum theory and biology, evolution, genetics. There's just a lot. Animal behavior, plant dynamics. There's so much we could just look at observationally, phenomena in the world, without wanking off all the time and just masturbating and trying to win arguments. It just seems so stupid. And we have to evolve. We have to get past this as soon as possible. I guess that's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate you.
Go, Kukaduma,
Hey,
go.
shout out to Hood 3693. I think we live on the same planet.
Well, really quickly here, since it's a kind of things kind of got derailed with that. Frank, are you still in this chat, brother? You've been quiet for a long time, and I'm sure you have thoughts on a lot that's been happening here. But I actually came because I wanted to speak to you specifically for just a quick moment. Did Frank Monday disappear? Probably fell asleep.
Hey, Frank, are you around? Yeah, he might have stepped away or something.
He could have been possessed by the Spirit of God.
If you
Possibly.
wanted to,
Well, I'll say it just in case,
Yeah.
case he comes back to listen to what he might have missed. I want to just say it anyway. And there's some other people on this panel are listening in the chat that might be interested in this too. Tomorrow, I'm having a Chinese philosopher, Mrs. Lee, coming on, and she talks about things that Frank has talked a lot about with non-dualism, Taoism, Buddhism, monism, and also relates it to quantum physics. And I think she has a really interesting model that I think a lot of you who find these conversations interesting might want to tune into that interview tomorrow. Do it after DNW's show posts, obviously. I don't want to conflict with his schedule, but come by at some point to my channel and check out that conversation. She's a really, really smart lady. If you like philosophy, and if you're into the non-dualist model, these Eastern philosophies, like I know Frank Monday is in particular, I think you'll find that to be a really interesting show.
Yeah, I'm pretty much into Eastern philosophies. Well, I'm just like how can I say this? There's like it's an amalgam of philosophies, right? It's like a nice big salad bowl of different types of philosophies that merge into one really great salad. If that made any sense.
OE, if you'd like to drop a link, we could do that. Link in the chat.
I like salad.
So yeah, that would be good. I'm not sub to objective ethics. I'd like to see that interview.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I don't know if I can do a link with my phone, but it's just after it's my Objective Ethics on YouTube. But maybe I'll get on my laptop and see if I can drop a link. But if you could plug it, if somebody's on a laptop and put it in, I'd appreciate it. Actually, while they're doing that, Cougar Doomer, I did think about you the other day. I had a Dr. Greg come on last week or the week before. I think it was last week. We talked about science deniers and people who are anti-vaxxers and stuff. And the next conversation I'm going to be having, OTW, can you mute yourself by chance, brother?
It's not me for sure. I got
It might be.
Sorry.
It might be me. I'm outside. I'll mute myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Cougar Doomer, I was thinking about you because I'm going to do another show. I've got a couple of doctors coming on to talk about climate change. And that actually made me think about you. And I was curious, what you mentioned you're a scientist, and I never did know if you don't mind me asking, what your credentials are, what your field of study is, not necessarily your credentials. I don't really care about that, but what type of scientist are you? Because you talk about climate change so much.
Yeah. My background, was a field biologist. I'm retired now. I was a field biologist working in toxic environments, doing chemistry and lab collections in field biology. So I was out in the field, boats and things like that. Working in aquatic systems mostly. So I have a background in ecosystem analysis, ecosystems, and I did a lot of computer work in biology. So I'm basically a numeric biologist, which is kind of a rare person. And that's how I got into computers. And then I became a computer engineer because it paid more. And now I'm retired from all of that. And now I just do mad science and climate.
Would you be interested in being on a panel with 2 or 3 other doctors or scientists actually who we're going to talk about climate change? Is that something you'd be interested in participating in? Because I could probably I would imagine you have your email address on your channel or something like that. I could get a hold of you.
Yeah. Yes. First question. Yes, I could be on a panel like that. Second question, my email address. I actually have a professional email address associated with my work as an author, and you can use that. And anyone can use that who wants to. And the email address is cat.edwinson, EDWINSON, as in the son of Edwin, which is who I am, cat.edwinson@gmail.com. And that's also the authorship on my book. So if you go to any of my videos, I always talk about my book, and it's always there, like the first 30 seconds, and Cat Edwinson is my authorship. It's my pen name. And you could introduce me however you want to. You can introduce me as Cap Edwinson because that I am an author. You can introduce me as Cougar. These are all my names, by the way. These are all official.
They always want to be loved on when you're trying to be
Yeah.
on the air, right?
Jesus. Oh my God.
Yeah, Cougar Doom, I'll definitely reach out to you. And I don't have a date set yet, but I'm thinking like maybe mid to late September.
Yeah, that works. I'll probably forget about it by then, but just ping me. You can reach me here. You can reach me at my email address, and I'm retired, so anytime date works for me, pretty much.
Oh, objective ethics. Did you hear? I might have found an economist.
Oh, that is exciting news. That is exciting news for you, brother. I'm happy to hear it. So, when you say you might have found, how realistic is this? Is somebody you just came across, or have you actually been in conversation with them? They showed some interest.
So basically, we were on the Finding Gnosis show, and there was like a newcomer, and she calls herself Bex, and it kind of came up in conversation. It wasn't me. Somebody said, "So what was your schooling and that?" And she said, "Oh, I did economy." And it was really funny because both me and DNW at the same time kind of said, "Specman's looking for an economist." It was so funny, and she said if I passed my email address and that she would reach out, and she has reached out, and she's looking over the documents that I gave her. But she says, from what she can see at a glance, she is interested, and she thinks I may have found my economist.
That is exciting news. I'm really happy for you, brother. I think that's going to be a really paramount step for you to make if you're going to make some serious headway with that particular economic structure that model that you've created. You need to have people who really know what they're talking about look at it, because it's fun to consider for the rest of us. It's I think for the most part, I think you get a lot of positive feedback for your effort and for your sincere intentions and wanting to make a positive difference. And you've put a tremendous amount of effort into that. Not many people are willing to put their money where their mouth is, so to speak. And time is the most valuable thing that we have, right? So you've put so much time into that. So I'm really happy for you. I hope that works out.
Thank you very much. I'm extremely excited, actually. So that's why I'm telling everybody I want to share my joy. The weirdest thing is now I think it kept getting longer, but I managed to condense the basic stuff down to a 6-page Python model, which I thought was cool.
Is the book It Was 100 Days?
I'm not going
yours?
to be ignoring you guys. I'm going to be listening here, but dinner just showed up at the door, so I'm not going to be able to respond if you talk to me, but I will be listening here.
Thanks so much for being here, Owie. Appreciate you. Yep.
Emily, yes, it is.
Can I drop a link in the chat?
Oh, if you want to, sure. Any one of my videos on my channel, the channel is Cougar is a Doomer. It's very uplifting. All my videos have a link to the Amazon.
Oh, good.
The Amazon site where my book is sold in all formats.
Did everybody see that in the private chat? I dropped the link to Objective Ethics upcoming show, so it's in the link in the private.
Yep. Thank you so much. And I got that in the main chat as well. If people want to check that out, that'll be tomorrow. So yeah, is there anything else that you guys would like to pivot into talking about? Or should we just kind of do our saying goodbye shenanigans? It's entirely up to you guys.
I don't have anything. I'll just jump off.
Appreciate you coming up. So
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Indeed. Felix, what say you?
Then I will also say I love you guys. Thank you for the time you spent with me today, and I hope to see you soon again. Good night, all.
Good night. Glad to have you. Good to see you as always.
Closing the show?
Yeah, I think Frank stepped away, so I think it's just you and me, Felix. What say you?
No, I was making the argument for God, but everybody's gone.
Oh, oh no. Well, you can say whatever you'd like.
So we agree that something always existed,
What's that?
and therefore that we agree that something always existed. Not sure if you did.
I wasn't part of that convo, so I kind of am going to not weigh in, but I want you to say whatever you felt like you needed to say.
No, but if you're closing the show, I just want to say thank you very much for having me and have a good night.
You as well. Thank you for being here. And Frank, I'm assuming that you are not available. I'll give you a chance though to see if you've like stepped away and stepped back. Are you there, Frank? Okay, I'm assuming you are. You have stepped away. It's always a pleasure to talk to you as well. See you soon. So, as always, keep on trying to figure out what's going on and what we're going to do about it. Everybody have a good rest of your night. I know the Machine Lies will be streaming tonight, and there's probably some other great streams out there. I've got to do a few things, so I might try to catch one later. So you guys have a good one. See you later. Bye-bye.